go on to world levels. He's going to be an absolute elite. And he got his pants pulled down on that particular evening.
He did. But Cullen's out. He's lost two of his last three. Two of those losses have been inside the distance as well. Like you say, Heffron is the one at the moment that seems to have momentum with him. You know, he's growing in stature, growing in confidence. Cullen at the moment needs a big win. So, look, he's going to give it his all in there, but Heffron will start a massive favourite here. Cullen has to keep it long.
I think we're in for a little bit of a firefight. Spence, you've obviously been in this you've had this experience of the Lonsdale belt, man. Let's talk about the history of that, because I am a massive fan of having a British title fight on all these types of cards, because you very rarely get a bad one.
You don't get a bad one, that's the point. The British title means more to any other fighter than any other belt. Commonwealth, European, world, is something special, something magical about the British title that brings out the best in fighters. You know, where you see, it's like a local derby. To give you another analogy, if Tottenham are playing Arsenal, or, you know, if you get Everton versus Liverpool, what I'm saying is it seems to bring the best out of them. You get some unbelievable games. It's like that with the British title, like where you don't get an underdog, because even though the guy that you think, like we are now, we're going, Heffron's the one with the momentum with him. Cullen will be fighting this like it's his world title fight, because it's, you know, it's do or bust right now for him. Cullen, his career over if he doesn't do it, but if he wins, it puts him into another level. And he knows this guy, but it will bring something magical out of both of these guys tonight here in their hometowns in Manchester. 20,000 people. This will be a great fight. There's going to be something special about this. John, to bring you in on that, you've seen many of British titles over the years, and what does it do to a fighter? Like it just seems to give them that extra little edge. It brings out that extra little something in them.
Well, you summed it up, you know, with the analogy with football local derbies. You know, it really, as you say, it brings out that edge. You've got a guy here from Oldham in Mark Heffron against a Lancashire lad from just up the road in Cullen. They're going to have their fans there, and yeah, there's going to be a real edge to it. But it's only fair to say Cullen was stopped in his last fight earlier this year. Heffron, since he's gone up to super middle, has looked more confident, he's looked stronger, and I think, you know, if you were going to have a bet on this, I think you'd be saying Heffron to win, and probably by stoppage. Yeah,
I think that's where the general consensus is at, but we're going to find out very, very shortly. Whilst the ring girls actually get in the ring at the moment and have a little bit of a dance for everybody and get the crowd all G'd up, I think it's only fair that we hear from two men, one connected to tonight, obviously for putting the night on, Ben Shalom, and one of his light heavyweight charges, Dan Aziz, who's got a hell of a fight coming up with Josh Buatsi. They're both with Gareth A. Davies.
Yeah, no intros needed then. Dan Aziz first, because he's the fighter, Ben's the promoter. Dan, how's camp going for Joshua Buatsi?
Yeah, it's going well, but I'm bruising, I'm aching, I'm sore.
Just going well then?
Yeah, exactly. Thought I'll just come here on my day off and get a feel for a big atmosphere, like, you know what I mean? So, yeah.
Tell me, is it a weird psychological thing getting ready for someone who, I don't want to say you're mates, because you're not mates, but there's no animosity, there's no attrition between you both. Have you almost got to develop one in a way? Because he wants to take your head off, you do know that.
Yeah, no, for sure. Do you know what it is? As soon as you put on the gloves and you get in that squared circle, everything just goes out the window, so I don't have to build anything. As soon as he tries to take my head off, it's over. Like, you know, that mental is something natural. If you ain't got it, then you're kind of in deep trouble, and it's a sport not for you.
Mr. Shalom, as Ben just said, he's soaking up the big atmosphere tonight. This is going to be a massive one when Dan and Joshua Buatsi meet. Well done for getting that fight over the line. We need more of that going on, because we've got an incredible light heavyweight division in the UK to start with.
Fans love the British fights, they love the British rivalry. We have one tonight, and we have one on October 21st, and that's the fights that the fans are calling for. That's the ones they want. They don't always happen, but when you have proper fighters that won the big fights, Dan Aziz wants to be on that stage, wants those tests, wants those challenges, and wants to be fighting in front of crowds like this, and you have to take the big fights to do that.
We haven't had a chance to catch up yet with Caroline Dubois tonight. She slipped away, as she does when she's back there. I'll speak to you in a minute. What's the chances of getting her in with Michaela Mayer, who was on the card and won tonight?
We've been chasing that fight for a while. My fear is Michaela will go up in weight to try and avoid Caroline. But that's no disrespect to Michaela. Caroline's a phenomenal talent, but it seems like Michaela wants the Natasha Jonas fight, possibly the Lauren Price fight as well. It's amazing women's boxing. I remember even when I started, the depth was just not there. Now there's actually fights to make, and Caroline Dubois headlines on September the 30th, and for me, she's the pick of the bunch.
And finally tonight, how big a week's it been getting these two guys together in Smith and Eubank? It's felt enormous.
Oh, I'm just glad we're here now. I think I need a sleep after this one. It's been tough. It's been a long time coming. This rematch was activated in February. I feel like we promoted the fight 4 or 5 times. There's been that many move-backs and changes, but we're here now. The fighters are both desperate to win. I think we're going to see a better fight than the first fight, and credit to both of them, because for Chris Eubank Jr. to want to, he's been criticised in the past for taking easy routes, taking easy options. This is the hardest one I think he could have taken, and credit to him coming back to the scene of where it all went wrong for him, and we'll see tonight what he's got.
No sleep for you, because there's no rest for the wicked, my friends. Back to you guys.
Gareth there, Davies, as ever. Fantastic. Whilst that conversation was going on, interesting to see Adam Azim just walk past us. He's going to be fighting in a couple of hours' time, taking on Aram Fanyan. That is his toughest test to date, there's no doubt about that, in his professional tenure, Spencer. Interesting for him to come out with his trainer, Shane McGuigan, just taking the atmosphere, have a little bit of a look around, have a look at the ring canvas, give it a little bit of a touch, and just get those maybe pre-match jitters out of his system before he starts wrapping up.
Listen, makes sense, I mean, Adam Azim's highly regarded as one of the best talents, not just in this country, but globally. And Fanyan is one of those guys who's tough. 24 fights, 23 wins, only the one defeat 5 years ago. Great test at this stage of his career.
I can now tell you that we are officially live on the talkSPORT Boxing YouTube channel. I thought we were live maybe about an hour ago. Sadly for you, it's just cat cam. That's right, it's just on me. I know that you wanted the housewife's favourite Spencer Oliver on the cat cam, but sadly, because of the way that we set up this evening, it's just a camera on my bald head. So if you want to actually come and join us and watch everything that's going on inside the arena, not the fight itself, but inside the arena, you can head to the talkSPORT Boxing YouTube channel to watch along, and of course you'll be able to consume the commentary live there as well. The dulcet tones of John Rowland and Spencer Oliver are going to be calling you through several fights this evening. We're going to be bringing you one very, very shortly in the British super middleweight division, the British title on the line, of course, between Mark Heffron and Jack Cullen. We've just been giving that a little bit of a preview. Clarke and Dave Allen are going to go at it in the heavyweight division too. That's an interesting one. An Olympic bronze medalist taking on an incredible fans' favourite who's been very intermittent with his career over the last 2 or 3 years, Dave Allen. But he's back tonight, he's vowing to cause a major upset, and tonight he takes on Clarke. Adam Azim, who I mentioned a moment or two ago, has just been checking out the atmosphere. He's going to be on talkSPORT just after 9 o'clock, taking on Aram Fanyan before we get to the main event of Liam Smith and Chris Eubank Jr. too. Gareth Davies is actually with the man with the greatest ring walk of all time, the one, the only, haymaker himself, David Hay.
He's meeting and greeting. I've only just met. I got to get my hand around his shoulder. He's here with his beautiful partner. Honestly, when I stand next to those two, I feel like I'm in the land of the giants. Good evening, how are you?
I'm really excited, genuinely buzzing for this. The last fight was epic. I was completely shocked. I'd watched Chris inspire him with some big hitters. I'd sparred with him. There was nothing.
Did you?
Yeah, when he was a kid, there was nothing ever wrong with his chin. But watching the fight against Liam Smith, either Liam Smith has developed this ridiculous punch power from nowhere, or Chris wasn't on it that night. I believe he is rock solid, and I think he just had his worst night at the office, and Liam had his best night, and he came unstuck. Changing camp, change of coach, change of strength and conditioning, new nutritionist. He's really doing all the things now that he didn't do. Finally, his natural ability has taken him all the way to the point he's at. Now he needs a rock-solid professional team to make sure all the I's are dotted and the T's are crossed. And hopefully we're going to see that tonight.
So you think he does it, yeah?
I think he does. If the Chris Eubank I've seen for many, many years throw in 15, 20 punch combinations in the first round, makes no sense. But his engine is that big, he can do it. He can reload and come again.
He's got to.
This is the fight where he's going to have to really prove exactly what he's all about.
Substance over style tonight.
It's not about style tonight, it's about getting the job done effectively and showing the world that the last time out was a fluke. this is the real Chris Eubank that will step in the ring tonight, and I'm really excited for it.
This is the real haymaker, and he talks the truth back to you guys.
There's only one David Hayes. Always great to see him at ringside. When he's not jetting around the world and obviously catching a few rays on some beach somewhere, he's ringside taking in the boxing action. Mark Heffron's just made his way into the centre of the ring here in Manchester. We're at the AO Arena for Fight Night across the talkSPORT network this evening. He's taking on Jack Cullen in a British title fight at super middleweight. It's set to be an absolute firecracker.
Ladies and gentlemen, this bout is scheduled for 12 3-minute rounds for the British Super Middleweight Championship. Live on Sky Sports Box Office and ESPN Plus. Our steward in charge, Robin Smith. Our supervisor, Robert Smith. Our timekeeper, Phil Morris. And our judges at ringside, Mark Lyson, Steve Gray, and Kevin Parker. Our referee in charge when the bell rings, Kieran McCann. Let's meet the fighters. First, the challenger, fighting out of the blue corner. Wearing the purple trunks, he stands 6 feet, 3 inches tall. He weighed in at 11 stone, 13 pounds. He comes to us with a professional record of 21 wins versus 4 losses and 1 draw, with 9 of those wins coming by way of knockout. And he fights out of Little Lever, England. Introducing the former IBF International Super Middleweight Champion. Introducing Little Levers Meat Cleaver, Jack Cullen. And his opponent, the champion, fighting out of the red corner, wearing the gray trunks with green trim, he stands 5 feet, 11 inches tall. He weighed in at 11 stone, 13 pounds. He comes to us with a professional record of 29 wins versus just 2 losses and 1 draw, with 23 wins coming by way of knockout. Representing Champs Camp here in Manchester, he fights out of Oldham, England, introducing the reigning IBF Intercontinental and Commonwealth Super Middleweight Champion and the reigning, defending British Super Middleweight Champion, Kid Dynamite, Mark Heffron.
Lads, I gave you instructions in the dressing room. You both know what I expect. Keep the fight clean, obey my commands, and most importantly, protect yourself at all times. Shake hands.
Final instructions from the referee. Right. Fasten your seatbelts. This should be an absolute cracker. Super middleweights on deck for the British title. It's Mark Heffron versus Jack Cullen on talkSPORT 2, and calling you through it, it's Spencer Oliver and John Rawling.
Thank you very much, Adam. We could have some very special boxing action for you tonight. And let's hope that we get underway here with something which is pretty good to open with this first fight that we're bringing you live. Mark Heffron, a stronger puncher than Cullen. Cullen with height, he's going to try and keep it at range, try and keep him scoring with that long left-hand lead that he's got. Both of them fight out of the orthodox stance. Cullen some 4 inches taller than Heffron, and so Heffron has to find a way to slip inside that lead left hand of Cullen. Likewise, Cullen's got to throw that punch with sufficient impact to keep Heffron off, and they're just feeling each other out really in this opening minute or so. No punches of note thrown so far, Svenny.
Yep, this is the pattern of the fight that we would expect, with Cullen boxing on the outside, trying to use that range, use that reach, and keep this fight at a long distance. Heffron is the guy we know that likes to get inside and let those bombs go. 23 of his 29 fights have come inside the distance, and this is how this is going to go, John. Heffron looking to get inside to throw those bombs.
And he's just trying to spear Cullen with his own left-hand lead. Cullen did get through with one nice left-hand, straight left-hand lead, as Svenny was just giving you that information, and he almost landed with a right cross over the top there, but Heffron saw it coming and just swayed back. Two of them land simultaneously with jabs, and there's no edge one way or the other so far. Heffron not so far able to find any of those trademark power punches. There's a couple of jabs from Cullen, doubling up on that left hand and doubling up well.
Yeah, Heffron just trying to load up with the left hook there. Jumped in with that shot. Cullen blocked it well, just picked the right hand up, but Cullen boxing sensibly on the outside at the moment, just spearing out that jab as Heffron looks to get inside and let those big hooks go.
They've sparred so many rounds together, literally dozens. The coaches of each man know each other so well. Michael Jennings in the Cullen corner, outstanding fighter in his day, and Joe Gallagher of the Champs Gym in the Heffron corner. There is nothing they don't know about each other here. They get on well, they're good friends, but that friendship suspended for now. But it's been a very, very quiet opening round as we move now towards the final 30 seconds. Cullen moving around to his left, tries to double up on the jab again, but Heffron saw it coming and was able to cover up. Heffron aims a jab at the body and then comes inside trying to throw a big right hand, but Cullen was smart to it and covered up well, and Cullen has just boxed nicely in this opening round, and for me might just about have done enough. Heffron gets in, throws a left hand, but it was in the inside of the glove and no great power in it. Another couple of jabs from Cullen, and there's the bend well to end an interesting opening round, and Cullen, I think, is going to be quite pleased with what he did there.
Yeah, totally agree with you, John. Cullen boxed well there. He kept it on the perimeter of the ring, pushing out the jab, doubling up on the jab, keeping those elbows in nice and tight. Heffron was the one that was walking forward, trying to manoeuvre his way on the inside. He was jumping in with left hooks, loading up a little bit too much with his shots there. Heffron just needs to relax, get into the fight, because Jack Cullen was the one that seemed to get into the fight better there. The fluidity of his punches, he looked more relaxed. Better start from Jack Cullen, the underdog in this one, by the way. Heffron trying a little bit too hard there.
Heffron was quoted even shorter than 3-1 on in some places, and it's probably an opportune moment for me to remind you you're listening to Fight Night Live on talkSPORT in partnership with William Hill. It's who you play with. Favourite for the big fight tonight, incidentally, as well. We'll be hearing more about that closer to the time. Is Liam Smith, quoted at around about 6-4 on today to repeat his triumph from earlier in the year. Second round is underway. Mark Heffron against Jack Cullen. Mark Heffron trying to launch another right hand, but it came from a long way back. And he's really trying to load up on those punches, and the timing right now is not there. And Cullen jabs him again. That's better from Heffron through his own left-hand lead, and did find the target. But Cullen keeping his gloves up high, and he's aware that Heffron's got that power, and he wants to stop him detonating anything significant on his chin. He did get through with a glancing blow there, Heffron, a right hand and body shot as well, but there's Heffron once more trying to load up that right hand, but Cullen once saw it coming and was able to parry it and move out of harm's way.
Yeah, Cullen standing very tall, just still trying to pepper away with that jab on the outside, throws a 1-2, left hook. Heffron blocks that well as well, stalking forward with those hands high, but Cullen trying to keep this long at the moment, doubles up on the jab again.
Lovely jab it was as well, rocked back Heffron's head. Heffron tries to throw that big right hand once more over the top, and it whistled past Cullen's chin, and now there's a bit of a maul between them, and referee Kieran McCann has to separate them to get the action underway once again. Still, we're waiting for a significant shot from Heffron, the power puncher in there, and that's good from Cullen, working off the ropes. Little left hand as he did so, sweet little left hook, and once again able to slip inside the right hand over the top from Heffron and make him miss a little bit clumsily.
Yeah, Cullen's growing in confidence here, John. He's starting to let those shots go There's a nice flow about it. He's popping out the jab. Right hands are coming through. He's even got the confidence now to slip those left hooks into the body. As I say that, Heffron pins Cullen on the ropes, lets the big shots go himself. Really trying here is Heffron, trying to get off with one of those big shots.
Well, he could do with one just to establish himself in this fight, and he's not really been able to find one yet. And still, Cullen standing tall, moving left to his left and then to his right. Oh, good shot from Cullen, lovely right hand. And that tested the chin of Heffron, and he felt the weight of that one. That's the best punch of the fight so far, landed by Cullen.
Yeah, landing flush on the chin there of Heffron, and his legs done a little dance. Cullen didn't actually see that. As I say that, Heffron pins Cullen on the ropes above us. 10-second clucker goes, but Heffron was definitely hurt there with that right hand through the middle. Could that be the key shot in this fight?
Could be. That's the bell to end the second. First round was close. Second round, I think, clearly going to Jack Cullen. Here's Adam.
Absolutely, I think he's established his jab and he's controlling the range at the moment. The distance between the two fighters is completely being controlled by the guy in the blue corner. It's a brilliant, brilliant start for Jack Cullen. From a Mark Heffron point of view, he's got to find a way of being able to get underneath that lead jab and let those shots go on the inside, Gareth.
Absolutely. Cullen, little levers, meat cleaver, got his rapier fists going in that round. I was looking at it in the first round thinking he's got to create that force field. He did it that round. Heffron's overbalancing, and there were three brilliant counters, a left, a right, and I think a jab. Very strong. I think it was a very good start from Cullen. Very impressive.
Yep, he definitely had the better of that round, and the right hand which caught Heffron squared up. The old legs did a funny little dance when he landed with that one.
They certainly did, and that would give Cullen a lot of confidence here. He's growing into this one nicely. 2 rounds to 0 for me at the moment, to Jack Cullen, the underdog in this contest. Heffron the one, you know, with real momentum at the moment. He's the one that's been fancied, but at the moment, Jack Cullen's doing a number on him.
Well, Heffron hasn't really been able to get into the fight as yet. He's not coping with the natural advantages that Cullen has with those long levers, that great long reach, which he has as a result of being 6'3" against Mark Heffron, who stands 5'11". Heffron trying to walk him down, has him in the corner, right in front of us, but again a fast jab from Cullen, showing good hand speed in this early stage of this fight. It's a 12-rounder, remember, for the British title, so it goes the full championship distance. But this is a lovely start from Cullen, and another chopping right hand that time, found the target, but there's a good body shot from Heffron. Needs more of those. Solid right hand. Yeah,
Cullen's looking good here. He's, you know, really oozing confidence, flicking out that jab. Heffron is the one that looks like he's trying to force it. There's no imagination with what Heffron's doing at the moment, and he's getting picked off. 1-2, uppercut lands from Cullen as well. Body shot goes in, and there's an air of desperation now around Heffron's work.
Well, he must know that he needs some big punches. He needs to show that he's the power man in there with Cullen, and he's trying to get Cullen to go toe-to-toe with him. Referee Kieran McCann just telling Cullen to keep his work tidy and don't allow his forearms and elbows to get into it, as Heffron tries to get in closer, tries to get into the pocket, tries to work the body. But again, good fast hands from Cullen, doubling up on the left-hand lead. Shot to the body from Heffron. It was a left hand, but it was blocked with ease by Cullen, who tries to land the right-hand counter. Heffron sees it coming and moves back out of range, and he's still mystifyingly just not able to find the target.
Yep, not finding any sort of rhythm here, Heffron, as he walks forward. Mouth has now come open of Heffron. Cullen's moving around, popping out the jab, throwing in the right hands, now starting to be creative as well in there. Heffron looking like a guy that's fighting on a little bit of desperation at the moment.
He needs to find something special. Another lovely left hand, and another one from Cullen. Oh, he's put him down. There was a left hook, and he's gone down. Now, is he going to be able to get up? He's all over the place, Heffron, and Cullen has his man on the floor, and the referee, oh, he's gone down again. The fight's all over, and we have a new champion. Jack Cullen has won it as Heffron staggers drunkenly back to his corner and the arms of his trainer, Joe Gallagher. Meanwhile, huge huge celebrations for the little Lever meat cleaver and his team, because the upset has been sprung. He got it absolutely right tonight, and when it came, it was explosive, it was accurate, it was powerful, it had speed, and this was a man, Spencer, who got his tactics tonight absolutely spot on.
Absolutely, John. We sort of see it coming, didn't we, from the opening bell. Heffron was, Jack Cullen was the one that started getting into a rhythm. He found his range with a jab, started throwing the right hand, then started getting the confidence to switch the attacks to the body as well. Mark Heffron was stalking forward, but he was using no creativity when he was doing that. He was throwing the single shots, the right hands, and Cullen was oozing and growing in confidence. And then in that third round, the 1-2 left hook went, and it just buckled Heffron above us. He went down again. He was never going to beat that count.
We'll get a replay of it in just a moment or two on the screen that we've got in front of us, Spencer, and you can talk us through it when it came. I'm pretty sure, as I said at the time, that it was a left hook that did the damage, but Michael Jennings is one of boxing's real understated characters. He was as a fighter, he was a top-class fighter, and now he's shown that he's got great skill as a trainer, and he's got his man absolutely right, and the tactics were spot on.
Spot on, yep, it was a 1-2, and they both simultaneously threw left hooks, and it was Cullen's shot that landed first, and like I say, he just buckled Heffron. He dropped in a heap above us, and he just went down. The referee started the count.
Here
now
it is.
we're looking at on our monitors, both through the left hook. One, double jab, right hand, there you go, left hook lands, flush of the chin. Heffron down, looks in desperate trouble, tries to rise to his feet. He grabs the rope, the referee starts the count, and then he just falls back down to the floor again. Brilliant victory there from Jack Cullen. Really, really, really done well there as a huge underdog coming into this contest.
He was something like 6-1 in a two-horse race, and that, believe me, is a very, very big outsider in a boxing match. That's one of the things which keeps us absolutely entranced and addicted to this sport, because you never know, and it can sometimes work out for the underdog. It was brilliant.
Well, I'm absolutely delighted for Michael Jennings, the former punk band rocker, as he is. We'll talk to him and Jack, hopefully, in a minute. That's a fantastic victory. As you say, some fans caught me on the way in and say, do you think Jack can do it tonight? We've got money on him. He's a 6-1 underdog. Heffron, as you rightly said in that round, Spencer, and as you had it, John, was becoming more desperate. Now, I want to ask you this. When you spar with a guy a lot and then you get in the ring with him in a fight, is it a weird thing sometimes when he's dominating you?
No, it's not a weird thing. You just that you start, there's an air of desperation around what you do, and that's what we saw there.
Here's confirmation.
Ladies and gentlemen, referee Kieran McCann calls a stop to this contest at 2 minutes, 43 seconds of the third round. Declaring your winner by knockout, and the new British and Commonwealth Super Middleweight Champion, Little Levers Meat Cleaver, Jack Cullen.
What a fantastic achievement that is for Jack Cullen. Obviously beaten well in his last fight against Pacheco, but tonight he is the British and Commonwealth champion, and the smile is beaming around the AO Arena. Hopefully we'll get to hear from him very, very shortly. You are listening to Fight Night Live on talkSPORT 2.
back to me, listen, I sold over 50 grand worth of tickets for this night, so I weren't letting it slip out my hands.
Little Lever is the quietest place in the country at the moment because everybody is here. I want to ask you about being match tough. You're in the era of people clinging on to their O's, and you know that dream goes when the record goes as well. But for someone that's been match tough, to never lose hope, are you one of those that now can stand there and say, don't fear defeat, don't fear taking a chance, because this is exactly what will happen if you stay true to the cause?
I mean, definitely, listen, if I didn't get beat, get the lose is what I've got. I wouldn't be an out like this. At the end of the day, this is my life, boxing is my life, and I just think now we'll finish this fight, and I just want to say a big thank you to all my coaches, all my sponsors, everyone who's supporting me, everyone who's bought a ticket. I've done it all for you.
Great message. I think Martin swear words crept in there, so apologies. You mentioned the team, you mentioned the coaches. These two, one on either shoulder, Michael and David Jennings.
Welcome back to the AO Arena in Manchester. You're listening to the talkSPORT Network as we bring you Fight Night Live. Tonight it's Liam Smith versus Chris Eubank Jr. The rematch. Will it be revenge or will it be repeat from what we saw in January a little earlier on this year? The fighting has already got underway. The British Super Middleweight Championship has exchanged hands. Tonight Mark Heffron walked into the ring as the champion, but it's Jack Cullen that walks away as champ. Many people who were backing Jack Cullen to get the job done this evening maybe backed him to do that on points, keeping the fight at range, using his jab, using his distance in order to outwork Mark Heffron. That wasn't to be the case because he turned the tide on Mark Heffron a few moments ago and stopped him in the third round with an absolute peach of a left hook. Spencer Oliver. What a shot that was.
Listen, it was unexpected. I think Heffron come in as a big favourite. They know each other well. You know, I think Heffron was very, very confident coming in as well. I told you, I bumped into Jack Cullen in the street today. He was walking along like he was going on a Sunday stroll. You'd never have known he was just about to box in front of 20,000 people. He come in here, he done what he said he was going to do. He said it's all about game plans. He stuck to the game plan, and he got the victory.
Let's hear from him, because Gareth A. Davis is with Jack Cullen right now.
I am indeed, and he was holding the Lonsdale belt then. How does it feel?
Listen, it's, like I said, it's a dream come true. It's one of them fights, one of them ones I've always wanted to fight for. And I've not just fought for it, I've won it as well. And I've not won it just against the normal lads. The lad who's the truth. It was a derby. Today was a derby. I sold a lot of tickets, he sold a lot of tickets, and I've come on top.
You got his respect in that second round so powerfully. He almost started to overreach in the third and maybe panic a little bit, Jack.
Yeah, I mean, well, listen, we've been working on the gym, putting my weight on my back foot instead of coming forward like a nugget, like sometimes I do. I put my weight on my back foot and it just worked. He overreached and I let him go.
Good feeling tonight, though.
Yeah, real good feeling. Dream come true.
Dream come true. Has Michael Jennings, who's sitting here with you, ever told you about his ventures at Madison Square Garden?
Oh, he's told me them all.
Michael, how does it feel? Obviously, I screamed on the broadcast there, boxing's most famous punk rocker. Obviously, you're in I was going to call it a punk rock band years ago. What does it mean to you tonight? Obviously, you're one of the old stalwarts of British boxing. I want to say it was 15 years ago, 20 years ago, I might have covered you at Madison Square Garden.
Yeah, it's a long time ago, but I mean, just for Jack to win that, it means the world to him, do you know what I mean? We just had to make a few little adjustments. He's gone in there tonight, followed a plan, and it's paid off. So the few times that he has been beaten, he's lost his head a little bit, do you know what I mean? So I've told him tonight, if you don't do as you're told, when you come back to the corner, I won't be there. So he's done as he's told, and that's what happened.
And it's stuck in my head. I mean, obviously when Michael says something, he means it as well, so I didn't want to be getting back to that corner, him not being there. I would have been in the shit.
I tell you what, though, what a dramatic finish. He tried to get up, but he couldn't. He had nothing left, did he?
Yeah, nothing left. Listen, at the end of the day, we'll see what happens next. Anything can happen.
Who you want next? I've got to go back to the desk, but who else?
I'm not bothered. Listen, I just want a defence. I want a good defence. Either Manchester Arena or Bolton Arena. Me and Mark Jeffers, both of us could sell that out. So hopefully a boxer sees how much tickets we sell. Both of us at Bolton Stadium, we'd sell that out. So it makes sense.
Jack, Michael, congratulations. Carry that belt high through the streets tonight, my brother.
High through the village.
Indeed. Thank you.
Thank you.
There you go, the new British champion. Fantastic. In the super middleweight division, Jack Cullen with a knockout victory over Mark Heffron. Apologies to those listening on talkSPORT too if you did hear a little bit of fruity language there you've got to understand, we are at the boxing, emotions are running high, and the guy has just achieved an age-old dream where he's become British champion. Congratulations to him. Right, across the talkSPORT network this evening, we're going to be bringing you plenty of great action. Heavyweights are going to be on deck very, very shortly as Fraser Clarke and Dave Allen go at it in the heavyweight division. Azim, who was just circling the arena a moment or two ago, he's going to be out against Fanyan in the super lightweight division as the co-main feature this evening before the main event, the rematch that you've all been waiting for. Liam Smith and Chris Eubank Jr. going at it for a second time. Spencer Oliver alongside me as Gareth Davis is out and about in the crowd, and you can start to sense the atmosphere building a little bit because there's a fair few familiar faces starting to join us ringside. We've just seen Amir Khan, we've just seen David Hay, a couple of others from the world of entertainment have started to take their seats. It's a big one tonight.
I was going to say, why are they here? You only get that sort of turnout when you've got a big one, when you know that you've got a fight, and that's what we've got tonight. Not just a fight there, we've got some great fights on the undercard, you know, like Fraser Clarke versus Dave Allen, the guy that's the unproven versus the proven, the young hotshot Azim there as well, Michaela Meyer, who had a great victory, Jack Cullen. It's a great card, and when you have those great cards, the boxers turn out, man, and that's what we've got tonight.
Well, one that has turned up is currently ringside with Gareth A. Davies.
I am, and with Amir Khan, you've got no choice but to speak to me, Mr. Khan. How are you?
You caught me.
I did, I caught you. I turned you around, span you around, pushed you down, choked you out, lifted you up again. How are you?
I'm good. I'm just enjoying Manchester, obviously here. Seen a lot of the young champions here. Just walking around. It's amazing to be here. Like, not long ago, I was here. Well, 2 years ago, fighting Kell Brook in this very arena.
It wasn't 3 years ago, it was last year.
2 years ago, innit?
It was last year.
Oh, was it?
I think it was, anyway. I'm older than you, I probably got it wrong.
Yeah, we're getting older.
I think it's February last year,
whenever it was an amazing experience, and today, it reminds me of that same experience.
Yeah, no, it's that atmosphere, isn't it?
The atmosphere is amazing.
Tell me, right, Chris Eubank Jr., something unusual happened to him in that first fight in January.
Quite early, yeah.
And he's so determined. Do you think we will get a different fight this time?
I don't know, because maybe, you know, someone like Liam Smith has his number. But look, I like both fighters, but I just feel that maybe he knows that he was hurt in that first fight, was Chris Eubank. I feel that he's going to be a little bit scared this time, because knowing that, he can be hurt again. And whereas Liam's going to have more confidence, and Liam wants to put that pressure on and do that again.
Do you see Smith as a big favourite this time then?
I think so, yeah. I am going to say that. Look, end of the day, I think it's out there. Everyone thinks that it's going to be a Smith win again. But it's going to be hard. I know that I'm sure Eubank's going to come ready and he'll learn from his mistakes. But look, in such a short time, there's only so much you can learn. Yeah. There's only so much you can change. So much change you can do, because obviously he's with Bomac. Bomac is a great trainer, but let's see. Look, it's a 50-50 fight, really. The best man's going to win the fight. But look, I like both fighters, but obviously I've known Liam a lot longer. Liam was a sparring partner for me when I was fighting Canelo. So I've got a lot.
Is he rugged and tenacious in sparring?
Yeah, I bet he is, yeah. He's a good fighter. He takes a good shot, he hits hard, and he's got a lot of pressure.
Azim.
Very good.
Where's he going?
Going far.
To the very top.
I really believe he will go far, yeah, because and definitely go to the top as well, because he's got a punch power, he's got everything, and that punch power, I just don't see anyone standing with him and training with him, because he just bangs them out. I know in his last fight, you know, he broke his hand, and obviously that went the distance. But look, when he hits you clean, he puts you away, and also he's got that ring. He works that ring well. He moves well. He's got good speed.
Does he remind you of you early on?
Yeah, but my early career.
Not as good looking though, yeah?
No, not as good looking. Not as good looking, but I think definitely reminds me when he knocks people out, he bangs people out, he goes in there. I mean, he loves the atmosphere, he loves the hype, and he just gets on with it.
Let me ask you, last weekend we were in Poland live for talkSPORT. Alexander Usyk, Daniel Dubois, low blow or not?
Definitely low blow. I said it to everyone, it's a low blow. It was, okay, fine, it was borderline, but still, it wasn't low enough to give Usyk a 6 minute or whatever it was break.
No, but are you saying it was low or not?
It was not low.
Oh, it was not low in your view?
I don't think it was
I don't
low.
agree with you.
Honestly, I don't
agree with you.
You don't agree with me?
I thought it was borderline. I thought
it was borderline. It was 100%. So it was borderline, but I don't think it was low.
So he shouldn't have been given. Do you think he milked it?
He definitely milked it because he looked tired in that fight, and I think he come to a stage where he needed a little bit more break. He needed a little bit more time to relax. And I think, look, Usyk looked tired. Usyk was tired when he was put down. He was hurt by a good body shot, not a low shot. It was not a low shot.
Was Terence Crawford hitting you lower?
No, mine was literally right in the cup.
It was right in the cup. It was on the jewels, yeah? It was on the jewels.
And you know, he hit me on the side where he pushed it. I mean, that's a different type of story.
Kell Brook's here tonight as well, by the way, a couple of metres behind you, behind us. Are you mates with Kell Brook?
I'm mates with everyone.
A cup of tea with him?
I just saw Paulie Malignaggi, the guy I beat. Obviously, Kell Brook's and that guy who I lost to. But I mean, look, I'm cool. It's a business. I'm cool with them all, man. Look, I was saying, Kell
Here's Malignaggi here now. Are you two mates now? I remember the fight.
Yeah. We've been mates for over a decade already. Yeah. Been over a decade already, man.
And
together.
Listen, you know one thing I want to say.
In Saudi Arabia, I called this fight.
And also at the same time, look, you don't see this a lot. A lot of people thought he was done before he fought me, and then obviously he fought me, got beat. But then he came back.
Fight.
But he come back and won a world title at welterweight. So look, how many people do that?
I just asked Amir about.
I thought I was done too for a minute.
Very quickly, because I've got to go back to the desk. But I just asked Amir about Dubois and Usyk last week. Did you think it was a low blow in the 5th round?
I didn't think it was low, but I also think there's a bigger issue there. The rain in the ring. The rain in the ring causes guys to slip. Usyk is trying to go that way when he gets hit with that shot. You can't push off your foot. You're going to slide. I think if there's no rain in the ring, none of that even happens because guys can't push off with their feet. Usyk is trying to go that way. How do I know that he's not trying to push off with his foot and he's going to get over in time to not get hit with that body shot? You don't know anything. The wet ring is the biggest issue. I don't know how they didn't protect that ring. I was at Klitschko Hay in 2011. They protected the ring in the rain. They did not protect that ring at all. The red ring is a bigger issue than the low blow or body shot, whatever you want to call it. I thought the shot was good, but I also think the footing. And where the guys are standing is completely different if the ring is not wet. Or, I mean,
when you two were fighting, was he talking to you the whole time when you two were fighting?
He sold that fight on his own. I mean, the man, he's an entertainer.
He participated, though.
He's an entertainer, and that's what he is.
Bro, you know what? While we're here, while we're here at the weigh-in, that brawl, Eric Gomez put his hand on your chin. You see that? Yeah. I remember after that, I went to the fighter meeting, and they said, he said he put his hand on his chin. I'm like, I didn't put my hand on his chin. What are you talking about? So I went back and checked the video. Eric is trying to break us up, and Eric goes like this. And you think it's me, and you
no.
And you know, and I was
I'm glad we've cleared it up.
I'm glad we cleared it up.
13 years later.
10 years on. 13
Well, look at the video. If you look at the video, you'll see. Look at that video, you'll see.
Pieces broken out over here ringside. Back to you.
That's what I love about the sports fence. Those two, not the living daylights out of each other, 10, 15 years ago, now looking for best pals, having a whale of a time chatting about it.
Catman, let me explain to you what that is. Listen, this is the ultimate gladiatorial sport, and I've said it on here before, and I'll say it again. You two are the only two that share that moment when you're in that ring, and that's something only you two in this lifetime will share, and that gains the ultimate respect from each other. And like I say, hate is a strong word, but you dislike people and you channel that energy like you hate that person because they're trying to take something that you want away. But when it's all over, I've got to tell you, mate, it's an insane bond that you get. I mean, look at them guys over there, all chatting. They literally hated each other before the fights. Now they're there, they're laughing, they're cuddling. They earned each other a lot of money.
Absolutely. And obviously, in the meantime, the respect of each other as well after a fantastic fight that they delivered. Gareth is still out and about ringside. I'll tell you what, let's bring Gareth in. We can talk to Gareth and bring him into the programme as he's chatting away.
Yeah.
Listen, I can see the who's who knocking about. Let's see if we can get a bit of Kell Brook action on this show, my man. That's your next target. I think we should set Gareth targets of who to go and speak to. Let's get the main man on here and see if he's going to come back and as to why he's in attendance.
I've got him.
If he's in attendance this evening, is he after the winner of the main event?
Hello? I'm on, yeah?
You're on, baby.
I'm with Kell Brook. I'm with Kell Brook and Amir Khan hugging it out.
There they go again. We were here just a couple of years ago and
the big guy out west, Smith Eubank.
Have you two had a cup of tea together yet?
Had a cup of coffee yet, but we're here.
Soon we're here together, man. Yeah, man.
We've come to support the boxing fans here tonight.
I think forget about us. I mean, it's about supporting the next generation, and obviously, but it's great to see Kell. I think it's the first time I've seen him since.
He thought it was 3 years ago that you fought. It was last year, wasn't it?
2 years.
3 years ago.
Was it really? Listen, I'm getting old. I can't help it. Was it 3 years ago?
I said 3, but I thought, look, it feels that long ago. But listen, 2 years ago, but what a time it was. And obviously, it's good to see that now the fight's been done and we are friends. And
I know, it's lovely. I knew you two would be friends eventually. It's about respect. The sport is full of respect.
To do, that's it, you know.
Are you after the winner tonight?
I'm spectating. I'm interested. It could be.
Eddie Hearn keeps telling me Conor Benn in December.
They all keep mentioning names, but you know we're here. We're spectating tonight. That's it.
Well, while I'm here, probably going to mention a comeback in a minute as well.
Oh man, I'm done. I'm done, man. I'm done. No comeback. No comeback. I just feel that it was the right time for me to call it a day. Obviously, and move on to other things. You know, I'm busy with my life, and yeah.
I've got to say, seeing you with Paulie just now and seeing you two together, Amir Khan and Kell Brook, you're absolute modern legends of British sport. It's so, I mean, it's moving to see you together and no bristling. It's fantastic, Kell.
No, listen, there's no beef, you know what I mean? It's a sport, we're here, we're both well fed, you know what I mean? We're enjoying life.
Thank you, brothers. Brilliant.
Gareth, do me a favour, tell them that it was February 2022 when they fought. That's not 3 years ago.
Well, it's funny you say that, because I thought it was 18 months ago, and it was.
It was,
These
mate.
two are losing their minds.
Well.
Can I have a picture with Kell Brook, please? I'm having a selfie with Kell.
You do that, mate. You go and get yourself stuck into that conversation. Fingers crossed we'll get another conversation with Kell a little bit later on, because something tells me, Spence, that there's a reason why he's here this evening. I know that he's been away in the gym, working hard, ticking over, kind of training for a December date, if I can word it like that, and that would insinuate that the winner of this, or maybe another gentleman that's in attendance this evening that's got a bit of a cloud over him at the moment, that's where Kell's working towards. I thought that Kell had called time, but it seems that he might be on the way back.
Yeah, listen, they've all turned up tonight, haven't they? Let's have it right. They've all turned up tonight. I mean, I've not seen him here yet, but I've heard that Conor Benn is in attendance. Kell Brook has turned up as well. He's in attendance. You know, the winner of this fight, he's got a lot of bargaining tools, you know, he really has, because there's big fights still to be made out there. We know, it's no secret Kell wants to come back. You know, Conor Benn's got to deal with his own issues at the moment. He needs to clear his name before thinking about trying to make any of these sort of fights. But, you know, the winner of this fight, you know, Kell Brook, why not?
Well, maybe I'm just that old romantic that likes people to go out on that romantic little carpet into the sky, but the fire just doesn't seem to go out on you fighters, does it?
No, it don't. And listen, it's no secret. It's been a well-documented problem with Kell Brook that he struggled with life after boxing. Fair play to him. I've seen that. I've been up close and personal with him as well. I've actually had that conversation with him. Which, Adam, I've got to tell you, it's quite heartbreaking when you speak to him and he looks in your eyes and his eyes look dead. They look dead without boxing, and he speaks and he says, what am I going to do? Where am I going to go? It's not about money. You know, it's not about money. It's about finding discipline and direction in life. And that's what Kell Brook has struggled with. Hence why he's probably here thinking, give me a reason to get back in the gym. Give me a reason to get it back in there. And that's where we're at.
Well, talkSPORT's here for those fireworks, so if it does get a little bit fruity, ringside, between the likes of Kell Brook, the Conor Benns of this world, and the two gentlemen that are in the main event later on, then you'll hear it here on talkSPORT. Don't forget, on Monday morning, make sure you head over to talkSPORT Boxing YouTube channel to check out The Verdict with Carl Froch and George Groves. The boys will be reviewing tonight's main event in depth before looking ahead towards Zheli Zhang and Joe Joyce, another fight that you're going to hear live and exclusive on talkSPORT on September the 23rd. That's The Verdict with Carl Froch, George Groves, Monday morning on talkSPORT Boxing YouTube channel. Right, let's talk heavyweight, shall we? Because we've got two big boys about to throw down Spence in a matter of moments. Fraser Clarke, Olympic bronze medalist, captain of the Team GB team, did extremely well as an amateur, has turned over to become a professional. It's been slow so far. There's been a lot of chat around him, obviously being pulled out of a first bid for a British title fight. Last time out against Marius Wack, he kind of stayed at one gear and got through 10 rounds. Tonight we kind of need a little bit of a statement to reignite fan interest in this big heavyweight, don't we?
Absolutely. Listen, it is about statement, and that's exactly what it's about here. Dave Allen, as we know, he's been there, seen it, done it. He's been around. He's topped arenas like the O2. He's beat people like Lucas Brown, former a WBA World Heavyweight Champion. What I'm saying is he's had a taste of it at the top. Yes, he got beat by David Price back in 2020. We thought we'd see the end of him. He went to hospital. We think he was going to retire then. He's come back. He's had a couple of low-key fights. Teamed up, actually, with Jamie Moore. And Jamie says, listen, Spencer's the first time he's actually trained properly. We know we're a huge underdog, but we're here to rip up the script. That's what I love about heavyweight boxing, right? The big phrase, Clarke, he comes through that fight with Marius Wack, the big Marius Wack who seems like been around forever, and he looks all right in stages, but he has to make a statement here. The Davey boy might just rip up the script.
Exactly, we kind of don't know where Dave Allen's at this moment in time. I'm sure we're going to find out in the next half an hour or so. Whilst we're talking heavyweights, there's a heavyweight on deck. He's ringside with Gareth A. Davies.
Indeed, we've got Doncaster Rhinos, but we've also got Romford Bulls here tonight. I'm here with Johnny Fisher. Johnny, the guys are teeing up this fight. Dave Allen hasn't really been in the mix for a while, but he's a very game guy. Have you ever been in the ring with him?
It's the first professional I ever sparred, Dave, when I was 18, 19 years old, just before he fought Lucas Brown. And when he's on form, he's a formidable opponent. So if he's anything like that, Fraser Clarke's going to have a hard night. But I'd favour Fraser Clarke based on the activity and the experience he has.
There's a lot of people when I was coming on my way to the arena from the hotel tonight going, we want Donny, our Donny boy, Donny de la Papa, to do it tonight. Do you reckon he can, though?
Of course he can. We've seen with the Usyk fight how close he ran that with the body shot that anything can happen in the heavyweights. And if Dave Allen does come back, he's great for British boxing. He galvanises people. He's a great personality. So even if he puts on a great performance tonight, he'll be back in the mix.
I've been on that theme with a few people as I've done my wanderings. Last weekend, Daniel Dubois and Alexander Usyk, you're a heavyweight. Was that low?
In my opinion, my immediate reaction was that was not low. It was a great body shot. I watched the Jared Anderson fight after that. A lot of them shots were lower than that. I know it's up to the referee's discretion where the shorts are, but if you take the shorts out of it and you look at where the shot landed, it lands in the lower abdomen. I know there's stuff about the navel, but for me, just looking at that instinctively, I thought it was a great shot. And yeah, Dubois should take a lot away from that fight. He showed a lot of courage and he showed what he can hang at that level, you know.
It's interesting you say about Jared Anderson. It's almost like 6 hours later he's making a point, wasn't it?
He's making a point in saying not below the belt, but then all the shots were happening on or just below where the waistline is. So it's a strange one. I've seen Ricky Hatton throw body shots and they're in that area. So I saw some body shots tonight. Michaela Mayer throwing them right on the belt and just a bit below. It's all up to the ref's discretion, I know that, but for me that wasn't low.
Obviously we're at a Boxer Sky event, promoter Ben Shalom, and you're obviously with Eddie Hearn, Matchroom and DAZN. Your right hand is strapped up. Are you out of action for a while with that?
Not for a long while. I've learned from my past mistakes that I've got to take care of my hands. As soon as I have a fight, I get them checked. And I had a little bit of tendon damage, I felt. It's nothing major, but if I let that carry on, that's when you get the breaks. That's what happened to me before. I broke my hand before where I weren't resting it properly. So I've learned from my previous mistakes, rest it properly, and you'll pay dividends in the long run.
And give us a pick. Obviously, Chris Eubank very shocked and surprised by that fourth round defeat in January. How do you see it this time?
Liam Smith a big favourite after that last victory, but I'd love to see Chris Eubank do it. He's a big personality in British boxing, and if he gets back in the mix, he'd be great, and we could see some big fights.
Always great to see you. Back to you guys.
Nice one, Gareth. Thank you very much for that. My table's just been accosted by Amir Khan. I don't think he appreciated that he was on the stream a second or two ago as he was just talking to the boys there. So if you're watching at home, you just saw Amir Khan's face right in front of the camera. I'm sure that was a lovely treat for you. By the way, we are streaming live now on the talkSPORT Boxing YouTube channel, so you can head there. You hear, of course, the whole commentary, but obviously you can get a little bit of a feel for the atmosphere that we're right in the middle of here in the AO Arena. Now then, we haven't seen this guy at this level for such a long period of time. We thought that he'd called time on his career, Dave Allen, but he's been intermittent. He's had one fight a year for the last couple of years. He's been away, he's been working, and as Spencer said a moment or two ago, he's been working very hard here in the northwest of England with Jamie Moore and Nigel Travis. You can't get a better team than that, to be fair, Spencer. And if he's listened, if he's doing the work right, if he's doing the nutrition right, Dave Allen is far better than the comical character that he portrays himself to be. If he's being serious, this could be a proper fight this evening.
Absolutely. Listen, this guy, he knows how to fight. He really does know how to fight. You know, we go back over his career, and You know, he's very heavy-handed. He likes to get in there. He's a fan's favourite. He really is a big entertainer, big character actually. And I just hope that there is something still left, you know, because it's okay doing it in the gym when you're sparring and whatnot and producing, but getting up there, doing it in the big spotlights is a different story. Jamie tells me he's looked phenomenal in the build-up to this one. Let's see if he can produce the goods in here. If he can, by the way, he gives Fraser a really good fight.
And one of the big things, lifestyle changes as well, Spence. These are key things. He's obviously had big problems, mental health and various things over the years as Dave. But what he has said, since becoming a father, he hasn't had a bad day. And that's a key thing. A happy fighter is a dangerous fighter, and he seems to be in a really good, happy place, Spence.
Yeah, he certainly does, and we're going to see that, and hopefully see that in his performance.
Now, regarding Fraser, who's about to make his way to the ring, we kind of just highlighted it a moment or two ago. Last time out against Marius White, we wanted the big performance. There was lots of talk going into that fight about 10 rounds. I need to get 10 rounds on my belt before I can move on. He got them. He got them in second gear. It wasn't as explosive as we all expected. He can't afford that tonight because fans are tuning in. They want knockouts in the heavyweight division. He's got to capture people's imaginations.
Fraser sort of backed himself in the corner here because he has to now deliver. You know, we wanted to see that from Wack, but he played the safety first. And in heavyweight boxing, as you know, Catman, better than anyone, we need excitement. Excitement puts bums on seats. He pulled out of that British title eliminator with Fabio Wardley. You know, that upset a lot of people. He said that he wanted it on his terms. He's got to produce tonight. If he doesn't produce, he's in a grey area.
Well, they've invested in him heavily, a boxer and Sky Sports, and here he comes, the Olympic bronze medalist Fraser Clarke, making his way to the ring here at the AO Arena, touching hands with various fans that have come out to see something very, very special. He looks cool, he looks calm, he looks collected, but so does his opponent in the blue corner just in front of me right now, Dave Allen, looking nice and relaxed. These two have been incredibly cordial throughout the whole course of the week. Lots of respect between the pair of them. When you can bet your bottom dollar that when that bell goes to initiate the first round, leather will be thrown and they will be looking to take each other's heads off. Big ramifications tonight. The winner absolutely propels themselves forward to something special. The loser, well, where do they go off the back of a defeat this evening? Like I said, a big fight with two very popular fighters in the heavyweight division, and it's about to go down right across the talkSPORT network. Still to come, Smith Eubank 2, the rematch. That's your main event coming up on talkSPORT.
Ladies and gentlemen, this heavyweight contest is scheduled for 10 3-minute rounds and is promoted by Ben Shalom and Boxer. Live on Sky Sports Box Office and ESPN Plus. Brought to you by our headline partner, Bet365, and our official partners, Everlast, Wow Hydrate, Village Hotels, IFX Payments, and Workwear Express. Our referee in charge when the bell rings, Mark Lyson. Let's meet the fighters. First, fighting out of the blue corner. Wearing the white trunks with black trim, he stands 6 feet 3 inches tall. He weighed in at 18 stone, 5 pounds. He comes to us with a professional record of 21 wins versus 5 losses and 2 draws, with 18 of those wins coming by way of knockout. And he fights out of Yorkshire, England. Ladies and gentlemen, the White Rhino, David Allen. And his opponent, fighting out of the red corner, wearing the gray trunks with black trim, he stands 6 feet 6 inches tall.
Okay, boys, both know the rules. Want you to obey my commands. Tell you to break clean. Defend yourselves at all times, boys. Okay, touch gloves.
Final instructions done by the referee. Fraser last time out wasn't that tremendous, if we're really honest. Tonight he needs a statement. Dave Allen's had 4 TKO victories since David Price peppered him 4 years ago. The level has just gone up for him. He's back in the big time. Calling you through this fight, it's Spencer Oliver and John Rawling.
Well, it was certainly soporific stuff when Fraser Clarke fought Marius back in his last fight. Dave Allen, as you heard from the reception from the crowd, hugely popular figure, and a lot of pantomime boos as well for Fraser Clarke. A lot of Yorkshire fans here over in Manchester, and they're cheering on Dave Allen. Doncaster's finest, here with Jamie Moore and Nigel Travis. Been training him now for 4 months, and they say he's in better shape than he has been maybe at any stage in his career. And his promoter, manager Dennis Hobson here as well, watching on. And Fraser Clarke needs to look good tonight. And Dave Allen, you suspect, is well up for this one because of the weigh-in at the press conference. They were old friends. They've sparred many rounds together, but it almost kicked off in the car park outside the press conference.
It was very unexpected, that was, but he saw him get heated out there in that car park. You know, Fraser really needs to make a statement here.
He's just pawing with that long left lead at the moment, and Allen keeping his gloves up high. Oh, there's a better jab from Clarke. Rocks back Allen's head, tried to follow in with a right over the top, then does throw a nice little combination, and another jab finds its way through those gloves of Allen, who's yet to throw a meaningful punch of his own. Halfway stage of the opening round.
Yeah, Fraser just teeing up with that jab, popping the jab out, and Allen holding those hands high, slipping the shots, rolling the shoulder, but nothing really coming back from Allen at the moment as Fraser stands above us, flicking that jab out, bringing it down by his waist.
Fraser Clarke, who stands 6'5½", weighed in at a massive 19 stone 4. Dave Allen about 6'3", 18 stone 5. But by no means the sort of roly-poly figure that he's been on occasion in the past. Quiet, though, this opening from him, and he's yet to throw a meaningful punch. He is noted as somebody with power in his gloves. 18 stoppage victories in his 21 victories in a career which began back in 2012, and he's shared the ring with some classy operators like Dillian White, Luis Ortiz, Tony Yoka, David Price. Been around the block, had a win as well against the big Australian Lucas Brown. Right hand from Clarke around the back of the high glove, the high left hand protecting glove of Allen, and there's a little bit of a hugging contest in there in the middle at the moment. And the only clean shots which have been landed in this opening round have come from Clarke. No great power, but just by boxing and using his reach advantage, he takes that opening round fairly comfortably.
Yeah, comfortable round there from Fraser Clarke. He was the only one really doing any sort of shots. He was flicking out the jab. He was trying to set traps out, actually trying to create openings, as you mentioned there. Dave Allen's been in the ring, been around the block, been in the ring with some good fighters. He knows his way around the ring. Allen was stalking forward, hands held high, slipping and sliding, rolling the shoulder a little bit. Fraser Clarke was getting some success with that left hook to the body. Perhaps he's going to now try and bring the hands down of Dave Allen, who was walking forward with those hands high. But good start from Fraser Clarke. Now he needs to start turning it up a little bit. Will we see anything more from Dave Allen in this round?
Won the bronze
10
medal
seconds,
in the
corners.
Olympic Games, Fraser Clarke, and the gold medal in the Commonwealth Games. Beat Satish Kumar, the Indian, in the final there. Made his debut last year, and now we go into the second round of this, his 8th professional contest. Are we going to see a bit more from Allen in this round? He's listening intently to the words of advice being delivered by Jamie Moore, his very experienced trainer. Jamie's rather enjoyed working with Dave. It's all Clarke at the moment, looking for the uppercut, misses, but he's landed a couple of jabs as he set up the opportunity to throw that one. And again, he's clenched into a bit of a bear hug from Allen, and the referee has to split them. Tries to tee off a big right hand, Clarke. First one was taken on the shoulder, second one went through to the solar plexus of Allen. No great power in it though, but he did find the target. Tries to throw another uppercut. Was blocked comfortably by Allen, who's trying to walk him down, get him into range. He's got him in a corner now, and here he comes. Left hand lead, and then tries to throw a clubbing right hand. And as soon as he did so, you heard the reaction of the crowd. Now they'd love to see him detonate something with real power, because it's all very well racking up easy wins early in your career, as Clarke has done. The real test comes when you have somebody who takes your punches and gives it back.
Yeah, well, Dave Allen is that guy. He's stalking forward, hands held high, not too much coming from him, but he's trying to force the pace of this contest. Clarke working off the back foot, throws a lovely 1-2, in goes the uppercut as well, but he's being made to work here, is Frazer Clarke. He's winning the round clearly because Allen is not doing anything, but he's making him work.
How good Frazer Clarke is, time will tell. There are other good prospects. We heard about Fabio Wardley when we were talking about this, and he, I understand, is likely to be facing David Adelaide in a very interesting heavyweight contest before too long. In comes Clarke again with a solid right hand into the body. Allen just ties him up, pulls him down into a bit of an arm lock, and then the referee splits them and the action continues. Two more pawing jabs from Clarke. Tries to throw a right hand but can't find the target. Allen again is trying to trap him into a corner, this time on the far side of the ring. Some 20,000 people here watching this boxing action here at the Manchester Arena tonight, where there have been so many great boxing nights over the years, and we so hope that this is going to be another of them. Main event coming up a little bit later. You're listening to Fight Night Live on talkSPORT in partnership with William Hill. It's who you play with. Last few seconds of the round, and still no real power shots coming in from the Yorkshireman. It's been pretty much dominated by Frazer Clarke. How do you see it, Adam?
Exactly how you're calling it, gents. I'm a little bit concerned as to Dave Allen not letting his hands go as of yet. Yes, he's getting into range defence, so there he's trying to get Frazer to bite on something. But the first 6 minutes have been literally a sparring session for Frazer, of him to be able to tee off on a heavy bag.
Yeah, when we were at the York Hall with Frazer Clarke fighting Marius Vac, there were questions that night, even though Marius Vac is a brick tower and has a reputation for that, about Clarke's power, about whether he really has timing and power. And again, as he said that night, I'm not Mike Tyson, I need to dismantle people. He's been very sensible so far. Good jabs, going to the body with left and right. Dave Allen not doing a lot, but trying to get him in the corner for that big left hook and the overhand right, which is what he's banking on to knock Frazer Clarke off his feet. But at the moment, he's been slowly roasted.
Well, it's been all Frazer Clarke so far as we move into the third round of this 10-round heavyweight contest. Frazer Clarke, the bigger man by some 2 or 3 inches and with a reach to match. Allen trying to keep his gloves up and trying to walk into range. And the referee saying to Clarke, don't push with the inside of your glove. Allen tries to throw a big roundhouse right hand. Clarke saw it coming and now ties Allen up. And the referee just allows them to maul, see if they'll separate of their own volition, and they don't do so. Now Allen walks him into the corner right in front of our commentary position here. Is he going to be able to let one go? He does. A right hand and the left to the body. And a bit of head coming in as well, right into the face of Frazer Clarke.
Yeah, Allen just needs to start letting his hands go when he gets up close. He's stalking forward, hands held high as Frazer is pinned on the ropes. Allen lets a big right hand go at Frazer, quickly turns him. Good work there from Frazer Clarke, but as I was saying, Dave Allen, when he gets close, he gets in the pocket, he needs to start letting those right hands go.
Concentrated attempt to work the body by Frazer Clarke. He's thudded home a couple of solid left hooks into the solar plexus of Allen, whose protective guard is pulled up very high. right up around the belly button. Let's see if we can hope we have no more controversies like the one we had in Poland last week. By the way, I thought it was a low blow, but that's, we move on.
Don't start me off, please.
Everybody has an opinion.
Let's get back to this fight, because Gareth Davis will jump in on this one as well. But Allen again stalking forward, hands high, and Fraser just flicking out those jabs as they both stand in front of us. Clarke goes for the uppercut there as well, just falls short. Body shot goes in there as well.
They're trying to get Allen to work harder. He just signs that he's starting to gain in confidence and landed a couple of solid shots of his own in this round. We'll be going into the Allen corner and hearing from Jamie Moore, his trainer, speaking to him at the end of this round. Interesting to see whether they think that he can go through the gears a bit and make this a bit more of a fight than it is right now. Two body shots, both low from Clarke, and the referee says, come on, keep them up. And they were clearly low. But there's no grumbling or complaining from Allen. He's straight back in there and trying to mix it up with Clarke once again. There was an uppercut in there from Clarke. Allen gets him in an arm lock, and Clarke says something to him, and the referee, Mark Lyson, again, is speaking to both men now.
I tell you what happened there. Dave Allen hit Clarke very low as well, and Clarke pulled him up on it. He done it on the blind side of the referee. He's using his experience, all the tricks and the trade which Dave Allen's got. You can see he's got that movement, hands held high again as Fraser picks out the jabs, and Dave Allen's making him work here. Allen just lets go with a wild left hook that falls short.
Well, yeah, you hit me low and I'll hit you low. Goes back to his corner and settles down, leans against the blue post, and hopefully we can get in there with the microphone being put right in front of Jamie Moore and hear what's being said.
On the other side where they can't see, yeah? So, you've got to take opportunity when he's gone. So, don't just have your hand up, you've got to sit into it. Make sure your feet are underneath you, so that you can go straight after it, yeah? You understand what I mean? Finishing that shot, you know the shot we've been working. So when you've gone, boom, you've landed a good shot, bing! Reset yourself, short job, yeah? I'm getting closer. You're getting closer, you're getting your feet closer. The element of surprise is still there. He's not quite reading that right hand yet. Okay?
Yeah, he's still in there. He's still mixing it up, and he's still, according to the corner, is in with a chance here. He's getting nearer.
Yeah, he certainly is getting nearer, that is for sure. He's stalking forward, he's closing that space. I just need to see him now letting his hands go. He's throwing the single shot, single left hook, single right hand. He needs to start putting the punches in punches. As I say that, Fraser Clarke throws a lovely short left uppercut that just sends the sweat spraying from Dave Allen's head.
On the basis of what I've seen of him so far, Fraser Clarke, you just wonder whether he has the true heavyweight power to prosper in the very elite levels. And now Allen's into his face again and gets in with a left to the body and ties him up, and Clarke doesn't push him away and now tries to throw a couple of punches of his own, but they're doing a pitter-pat look about them, not really planting his feet and delivering with intent.
This is the frustrating thing about Fraser Clarke. It looks like he just glides through fights, just does enough through fights. This is heavyweight boxing. We need to see more. We need to see excitement, explosive punching. We need to see him going through the gears. Unfortunately, it's safety first at the moment.
Good body shot, though, from Clarke, and a lovely uppercut, and that drops Allen. Terrific uppercut. Allen takes it well, though, and the referee's watching very closely. Clarke goes in again, and Allen says something to him inside, turns him around. Was there another low punch went in there? I'm not too sure, but he was really caught with a terrific uppercut there, as Clarke delivered with intent, the intent maybe that we've been looking for, Spencer.
Yeah, that was what we needed, that injection of pace.
And good shot from Allen, big right hand. Clarke's chin tested now.
Yep, as I was saying, injection of pace, and that's what we got from Fraser Clarke, and that's what we need to see. He looked good then, it was explosive. As I say, that Dave Allen shows he's still very much in this fight, comes back with a big right hand of his own.
Referee just told Allen off about low blows again, suggesting that he was aiming rather more for middle stump than body. Can I say that? I guess I just did. And now Allen has Clarke backed onto the ropes again. Good shot from Clarke through a right uppercut as we move into the final 30 seconds of the fourth round. Allen is fancying it more, you sense. He looked for a big uppercut of his own there, and he only just missed. It whistled past the bearded chin of Clarke, who lands a right hand into the head of Allen. Last 15 seconds of this fourth round, and Allen has made it perhaps the most competitive round so far. A little bit of use of his head. Both of them bearded figures in there. Good body shot from Clarke, right hand. And I think that as he goes back to his corner, Dave Allen said to Fraser Clarke, you hit me, but you've got no power. Adam.
And that's it for the commentary here on talkSPORT 2. We are crossing over to talkSPORT, where we're going to be bringing you your main event of Liam Smith versus Chris Eubank Jr. 2. Adam Azim's also going to be in action over there as well. And we'll also pick this fight up as well, as Fraser Clarke and Dave Allen continues into the fifth round next.
Seconds, callers. Second out, round 5.
Right. Repeat or revenge? It's a scenario we find ourselves in time and time again following this fabulous sport known as the sweet science. A situation initiated because the result of the first encounter was something someone didn't envisage. The answer is often repeat, but on the odd occasion the tide turns and the score is even. Tonight, two men with incredible family fighting heritage go again, and this time there really is more on the line. This is Smith versus Eubank Jr. 2 on talkSPORT. Welcome to the AO Arena in Manchester for Fight Night Live. I'm Adam Catterall, and it's a pleasure, as always, to be in your company on a Saturday night as we bring you a blockbuster, the rematch that you've all been waiting for since January. Liam Smith versus Chris Eubank Jr. 2. That's to come a little later on in the evening. Accompanying me, as always, Gareth A. Davies. As I said right at the start of the show there, Gareth, as we join our listeners from talkSPORT 2 across on talkSPORT now for the rest of the evening, this is about repeat or revenge for both of these two men.
Yeah, and what an arena to have it in. This Manchester arena coruscates to the noise and passion of 20,000 boxing fans. It's a night when we've had so many, an event and an arena where we've had so many great fights. Amir Khan and Kell Brook in here have already been on the show. Paulie Malignaggi, Ricky Hatton will be here later, I'm sure. But it's a night when Chris Eubank Jr., who's very impressive at selling a fight, needs to know whether his braggadocio will lead him again into hubris against Liam Smith. We talked about it earlier. He could be on Love Island now, frankly. He's the son of a very famous father who didn't need to box for a living. Remember, this is a Jodhpur monocle dad driving a giant truck who took him to private school every morning and then fed him to the wolves in Las Vegas as a young teenager and let a woman he met on a park bench adopt him for 2 years. He became a Golden Gloves champion. The key for Chris Eubank tonight, yes, repeat or revenge, he wants revenge, is he really in this still to try and prove something? There's a lot of drama going in the ring right now, and we'll describe it, but there's a key tonight is, can he prove something to his father? He has the Eubank name, it's a blessing and a curse, he has the DNA, and I think he's striving to show something to his dad.
He's also trying to repair his reputation, Spencer Oliver, who's part of our commentary team this evening, because in January, something happened to him that we've never seen before in the boxing ring. He was stopped. Yes, we've seen him beaten before, but he's always relied on that granite iron chin and his incredible engine. And in January, it just wasn't there anymore.
Yep, and some people say that he's outgrown the 160-pounds limit, and that's why the punch resistance has gone. Or has Father Time just caught up with him? He's got old overnight, and the punch resistance has gone. Something definitely wasn't right there, because from the opening bell, when he was getting hit with jabs, hit with crosses, hit with hooks, everything was shaking him down to the soles of his boots. Now, we're going to find out tonight whether actually it was the struggles of getting down to 157 when he was going to fight Conor Benn, and thankfully that fight never happened because of the weight. And then, like, you know, could his body just adjust again and come back? Did it have enough time to adjust or not? So there's a load of if, buts and maybes surrounding this fight. If Eubank has the granite chin like he did when he was fighting at 156.8, that was back in 2018, by the way, against George Groves. If we can get that sort of Eubank again, we've got a real fight. But my big concern, my big worry is that the punch resistance is just not there at 160 pounds.
Or maybe the answer that we get this evening is that Eubank isn't at world level. We've seen him at 168, as Spencer's just alluded to there, but those big 168 fights, he fell short. Yes, he got wins against the Gale. Yes, he got wins against Abraham. But they are guys that were coming to the end of their career. At 160, the biggest victory is probably Matt Korobov, and Matt Korobov pulled himself out of that fight at 160. So there's a big question over whether Chris Eubank Jr. is at this level. We know Liam Smith is, because he's been here, done it, and got the T-shirt before, and only fallen short, really, against the top boys.
Yeah, against Saul Canelo Alvarez and Jaime Munguia. Both really big punchers. The key is, of course, he was a light... Let's talk about him for a minute. He was a light middleweight. He's 35 now. He's a rugged, tenacious fighter. He's grown into middleweight. For me, if Chris Eubank Jr. loses tonight, he is in the metaphorical career abyss. There's nowhere for him to go. Even though Eddie Hearn and Eubank himself will say that the Conor Benn fight is still there because they're legends of fathers, but he's really got something to prove tonight. Both of them have a lot to lose, but Chris Eubank more.
Listen, there's huge ramifications on this fight this evening. That's our main event, Liam Smith taking on Chris Eubank Jr in this rematch. The winner, you would think, could get the opportunity of fighting maybe for a world title in this very weird 160 pounds division, or there'll be the opportunity of a big money fight with some people that are actually ringside this evening that we hope to bring you live here on talkSPORT. The loser, then a lot of doors actually close, and maybe they'll be calling time on their career. We're also going to be bringing you the rise and rise and rise of Azim. He's been punch perfect so far through his 8 professional fights. Last time out, damaged his hand and managed to navigate 10 rounds. What will he do this evening in a real step up? That's in the super lightweight division against Fanyan. Right now going on in the ring, we've got 2 big boys. The heavyweights are at it, Clarke versus Dave Allen. If you joined us on talkSPORT 2, you heard the first 4 rounds play out. We've had another 2 rounds since that time. There's been point deductions, there's been heavy shots. Let's get back into it with our commentary team of Spencer Oliver and John Rawling for an update.
Well, I'll tell you what, Clarke, the Olympic bronze medalist, he was very, very fortunate not to be chucked out in the last round, but the fight is all over and it's been stopped in his favour. I think there's an injury, a facial injury to Dave Allen, but he was docked punches twice for low blows, and then there was a 3rd punch which went in low, and it looked to me as though it should have been stopped in Allen's favour, and I'm not absolutely sure what's gone on in here.
Yeah, I think Dave Allen has actually pulled himself out of this contest, or his corner have pulled him out of the contest. He was taking some heavy blows at the end of the round, but I don't know if actually he's complaining about the low blows that have gone in, or I don't know if it's damage to his jaw. There's definitely something that's happened up there. Yep, damage to the jaw maybe from those uppercuts, or something's happened there. But there is definitely damage, facial damage.
I reiterate though, Clarke, for me, very fortunate not to have been disqualified in that fight. He was landing low blows, and it looked to me as though it was premeditated. It wasn't an accident. He did it deliberately, and he threw another one. The referee sent them to neutral corners, and Mark Lyson would have been very, very well within his rights to have stopped the fight right there. Clarke is speaking to Dave Allen in front of us, and Dave Allen's remonstrating with him and saying, look, you're out of order. And Clarke is arguing his case, and the referee's trying to keep them apart, because there is, I think, the possibility that there could have been a bit of afters there. The 2 of them were getting riled, and Dennis Hobson, Dave Allen's manager, promoter, he's continuing it, speaking to Clarke, and we await now the master of ceremonies to give confirmation of the end of the fight. But it once again raised some real questions about Clarke.
I've just spoken to the doctor, and she told me that she thinks he's cut inside the mouth.
Yeah, well, that would indicate, and that would support the fact that he's basically pulled himself out of the fight.
Well, I don't know why the reasons were that they pulled him out. I know he was under heavy punishment at the end of the round there, but I think there was a lot of complaints about the low blows that are going in, and I think Dave Allen actually thinks that's affected his performance moving forward. So, not the satisfactory victory that Clarke wanted. Yes, he gets the win, but not the win that he wanted, John.
Ladies and gentlemen, referee Mark Lyson calls a stop to this contest at the end of the 6th round, declaring your winner due to a corner retirement and still undefeated, Frazer Big Clarke.
Well, the fight finished after 6 rounds. The blue corner, Jamie Moore and Nigel Travis, pulling Dave Allen out of the contest. And as Spencer and Gareth A. Davis were just alluding to there, that was due to a facial injury. Both men just talking to each other in the centre of the ring. But Spence, regarding the performance of Clarke, what do you make of that? Because as John was pointing out, he was very, very lucky at certain points there not to have even more than just a point taken off him.
Absolutely. Listen, we know a couple of those shots were waistband, borderline, and you know we get, you know, don't want to get into that again too much, but a lot of them strayed low as well. Very lucky he never got thrown out there. He was very, very close to being thrown out. He had 2 points deducted. It was not the performance, by the way, we was looking from Fraser Clarke. It wasn't the performance that he needed to deliver. If I'm totally honest, it was a disappointing performance in many ways. It was laboured, it was a little lacklustre, it didn't catch the eye. It's not the sort of performance you'd think when you left the arena and you went home and you sat there and digested the night of boxing, that would be the one that you would remember.
We're just hearing from a few people ringside that the injury, he's just jumped off the ring there, is a perforated eardrum, which would obviously, let's see if we can speak to him. Gareth Davies is there. Dave doesn't want to speak. Dave doesn't want to speak, Gareth. If he doesn't want to speak, he doesn't want to speak.
Congratulations. Okay, he doesn't want to. Dennis Hobson, obviously in the corner with Rhino. Yeah, I'm corner manager. Do you think that was very unfair of the referee not to deduct points?
John, the referee, I've known him a long time, very experienced referee. He took a long time to warn Fraser about hitting low, and when he did start to warn him, obviously he took 1 or 2 points on. The third time it should have been slung out. It should have gone, and obviously if you've been hit down below in the Niagaras, how many times? So you're going to start to protect your Niagaras instead of your chin. So it's a wrongful decision, and it should be either a mismatch or he should have had a look at that. And Fraser should be. If we'd have got VAR, if we'd have got VAR, it would have been slung out. It'd have been red carded, and it'd have been slung out.
There's people mentioning VAR more in boxing now. Is it time to bring it in? Surely that slows up the whole event if that happens.
I think you've got to maybe look at certain decisions, but obviously not like we're doing at football, and we're pulling it up every time. But I think there's a case and an argument for certain incidents where we can re-look at VAR, because it's people's livelihoods, their lives, what we're playing with here. And when a human decision, because we're all human beings, we make mistakes, you know, a lot of people's lives can depend on that, and I think we should have a look at it.
Can we just confirm as well, very quickly, has he got a perforated eardrum or a broken jaw? What is it?
I think it's his ear, Gareth. I think it's his ear. We're probably fed up hearing the referee saying no, he wasn't low, but no, I think one of his right testicles were in his ear. Yeah, I think that's what's happened.
Thanks very much, Dennis. Cheers.
Dennis Hobson there catching up with Gareth Davies in the aftermath of Fraser Clarke beating Dave Allen due to corner retirement in the 6th round. We believe that there's a problem. Facial injury, I think, is the best way of putting that down, but it was the corner that decided to pull him out of that fight. And Fraser Clarke, just as you can hear in the background now, just addressing the crowd. Like you said a moment or two ago, Spence, a less than impressive performance on a night where Fraser really needed to light the crowd up.
Absolutely. Listen, you know, that's what this is called, entertainment. We need that. Heavyweight division is obviously not just the pinnacle of boxing, it's the pinnacle of sport. You have all eyes on that. That's what attracts the casual customer, the casual fan. And that's not impressive. What we saw there, laboured performances. We saw it last time against Marius Wack, and we saw it again here from Fraser Clarke. You know, we need that injection and pace and that punch power in his performances, and we're just not getting that right now. He was very lucky. I agree with John Rawling. He was very lucky that he never got slung out there, because 2 public warnings and he was still slinging them in love, and that's not really acceptable. Very fortunate that he got away with a win.
What do we do next with Fraser Clarke? It's a very difficult dilemma now, because as a bronze medalist coming out of the Olympics, you kind of think that the pathway is relatively simple. You have your 5 or 6 fights to get yourself used to the professional game, and by this stage, I anticipate this level of fighter to be ready for British title fights.
Well, listen, he's been around World Boxing Series, he's done all that, he's got experience, he's travelled the globe, as you've already highlighted, as an amateur, boxing with, you know, the 10-ounce gloves, no head guards, etc. He's now had 8 fights as a professional. It's time to do that. You know, he was mandated for the British title. They pulled him out, said he wanted more experience. He got the 10-rounder against Marius Wack. He's just had another good 6 or 7 rounds there with Dave Allen. I think it's time to let him go now and say, listen, let's see if you're ready for that British title level, because you should be.
Well, let's get an update from him, shall we? Because Fraser Clarke is with Gareth Davies.
He is indeed. I'm just waiting for the post-fight photos to end here with Lawrence Lustig. Fraser, Dave Allen said congratulations to you from me on air, but Dennis Hobson, our commentary team, John Rawling and Spencer Oliver, kind of saying maybe you were lucky with not being disqualified with low blows. How's your reaction to that?
I don't believe so. I believe I stayed professional and threw the shots that were having an effect. One of them probably was low. Not as, he tried to milk it afterwards. Look, what's hot in the press at the minute? What I say to Dave Allen is very shrewd boxing. That's what you call a solid professional who knows what he's doing. Great referee in there, but I believe Dave was trying to manipulate him, and the judges, everyone in the crowd. They did a good job of it. Dave wasn't doing this to progress. Dave was doing it for a payday. I respect him for it. But listen, I know, you know, and everyone else knows he's trying to spin a fast one for a few more quid.
You enjoyed that tonight, didn't you?
I did. I feel like still no one's seen the best of me. I want to really start focusing on them power shots. So I feel like I throw a good variety of shots. Maybe not often enough, maybe not hard enough. I could hear David A in the front line talking about chopping right hand down. And once I started doing it, I felt like it was taking great effect.
Maybe you ought to employ David Hayes to be in your corner then, by the sound of it.
I employ him. Probably can't afford him. He likes his nice exotic holidays, don't he? But definitely David's someone I respect. I'd love to have a chat with about a few tips and you know, some creative stuff.
Keep on the journey. We're there with you. Enjoyed it.
I appreciate it. Listen, everyone, I'm still getting better. Believe it or not, it's a marathon, not a sprint. And forget being 32. I'm the best 32-year-old in the country.
Thanks, Fraser. Back to you guys.
Fraser Clarke with Gareth A. Davies there off the back of a victory where he beat Dave Allen, with Dave Allen's corner pulling him out of the fight after 6 rounds. Coming up next, you're going to hear Adam Azim in action in a super lightweight contest before we get into that main event here on talkSPORT between Liam Smith and Chris Eubank Jr. 2. Don't go anywhere. How long? Welcome back to the AO Arena in Manchester. This is Fight Night Live on talkSPORT. I'm Adam Catterall. It is always a pleasure to be with you, getting you as close as we possibly can to the action. Now, if you are listening to us on radio, DAB, or even watching the Watch Along stream right now on the YouTube channel, the talkSPORT Boxing YouTube channel, I think it's only fair that we give you a little bit of insight to the odds of how this main event might play out. Let's get in there with William Hill.
Undoubtedly one of the brightest talents in world boxing, and he's only 21 years old.
Joining us now to give us the latest odds as we build up to our main event, Liam Smith versus Chris Eubank Jr. It is the one and only Lee Phelps from William Hill. Lee, how are you, mate?
Yeah, I'm really good, looking forward to this one. The interesting thing about this is if you roll this back to January, at this point in the night, Chris Eubank Jr. was a 2-1 outsider. He's now 5-4. He's still the outsider, but this is almost a pick'em. Liam Smith 4-6, the draw 18-1. All the money has been for Chris Eubank Jr., especially by stoppage. You can get him 9-2 to stop Liam Smith right now. The interesting thing is that Gareth pick Smith to win in rounds 7, 8 or 9 is 7-1, but it's all about the stoppage. People only want to see the stoppage. So if you think Liam Smith by decision, if it goes the distance, that's 7-2. Liam Smith still the favourite, but all the money for Chris Eubank Jr. this time.
Look at you. Do you know something, Lee? I can actually see you do that from ringside, mate. That is sensational. You've got a career in radio, my friend.
Thanks very much.
Top stuff, Lee Phelps there from William Hill. Looking at the latest odds. Terms and conditions do apply. You've got to be over 18. BeGambleAware.org. It is star-studded ringside for this big event here in Manchester. There's actors, singers, sports stars from other disciplines, and of course people that have been there, done it and got their t-shirt when it comes to the world of boxing. So let's bring one of those in to our illustrious team. Alongside Spencer Oliver is a man that really has been there, done it and got the t-shirt, and he's one of the best voices now when it comes to being a pundit in the sweet science. It's the one, the only, Mr. Paulie Malignaggi. Paulie, how are you, sir?
I'm good, guys. How are you?
Very well indeed. Great to have you on board. Obviously, we've been watching you with Spencer throughout the whole course of the week. Has Spencer been behaving himself?
Yeah, Spencer's always behaving, at least when I'm around.
Yeah, you're right there, mate. Paulie keeps me in check. Don't worry about that. Listen, two-time world champion. If he says something, I listen, trust me.
Paulie, whilst we've got you on the show, obviously we want your expert insight to this. In January we saw something that maybe a lot of fight fans didn't necessarily think would have played out. They might have backed Liam Smith, but not necessarily a Liam Smith knockout within 4 rounds. How do you think that psychologically will affect Chris Eubank Jr. walking in this evening?
Well, that's the thing. You never know, because anybody who gets knocked out, especially like that, where first of all, Eubank Jr. had never been knocked out, right? And then it wasn't just the manner he got knocked out, it was the manner in which he got knocked out. He really couldn't recover. I mean, it seemed like he just couldn't get his legs back together, and then that was it. The fight just ended subtly and abruptly. And so I think a guy like Eubank Jr. has to think about the fact that he had the advantage before the fight. He was doing well before the fight. I talk around a lot of people this week and they don't see a way for Eubank to win the fight. And I'm thinking to myself, he was up in the first fight. I think the adjustment with Eubank is just discipline. You know, keeping a disciplined mind. While with Smith, the adjustment might have to be physical. He's always a typically slow starter. You don't want to give the confidence to a guy like Eubank who's searching for confidence. You don't want him to find it. So I think there's things for both guys to really look for, search for, and also adjust with.
Spencer was highlighting this a little earlier on in the conversation about that uppercut being money for Chris Eubank Jr. in that first fight, and you kind of don't want to take that away. It's about doing it for 3 minutes rather than just those 1 minute bursts.
Well, that was the thing. I mean, the uppercut does work, but you don't want to get happy with it and just all of a sudden throw away your defensive prowess or not think about anything else but, oh, how am I going to land this uppercut? Because, let's face it, you're not hitting a punching bag. Liam Smith is going to punch you back. He's an ex-world champion. He's a veteran. He knows how to kind of weather the storm when the storm comes his way. He's not just going to go away when you hit him or you blow on him. He's not going to go away. You're going to have to stay consistent. And that's the trick for Eubank tonight. It's consistency. We know he's good enough because he was good enough in the first few rounds of the last fight. But it's consistency that wins at this level. And that's what Liam Smith is here for, to prove to us whether Eubank can be consistent.
Absolutely. Listen, this is all about for Eubank, the adjustments that he needs to make it plain and simple. He needs to go back to basics, stick to what he knows, stay focused for 3 minutes of each round, because Liam Smith is a world-class operator. And if you make a mistake, you sit in the pocket, you switch off for 1 second, he will make you pay. He done that in the first fight. If Eubank wants to win this fight, hopefully he would have learned from that mistake. And if he stays switched on, we got a real fight.
Paulie, just one last one on Liam Smith. Do you think he might have to be a little bit more patient this evening to get what he wants?
You know what? I personally want to see him start a little faster. He's not typically what he wants, but Eubank, you got doubts in his mind. Keep those doubts in his mind. Start a little faster, keep those doubts in his mind. There will be moments where Eubank is going to have to trade. He's not going to be able to box all every second of the fight. So make those count for Liam Smith.
Absolutely. Listen, Paulie, great to have you alongside us this evening. Enjoy the fights. Gareth A. Davies is ringside. Let's get to him. Who are you with, mate?
I'm with Amir Khan. He was just listening in Spencer Oliver and Paulie Malignaggi there. They're like two verbal machine guns when they talk.
I mean, you know, when they are on the mic, they don't want to get off the mic. Honestly, Paulie, I love Paulie.
Don't upset him. You made up with him on the show earlier on.
Listen, I've always been good with Paulie. Paulie's a legend, and what he's done in the sport of boxing is amazing. And look, it was great to see someone like him. You know, someone I've boxed before. I mean, what a great champion he is, and it's good to see what he's doing outside of boxing now. Away from boxing, he's a commentator, but still got his foot in the door, if you get what I mean.
Listen, we also saw you earlier in the show, or had you earlier in the show with Kell Brook as well. Everything's settled there. You're all old pals these days.
Listen, I mean, you know what, to be honest with you, you are, and you know, I mean, look, but we have that mutual respect with each other. I saw him today, and I was like, wow, you know what, let me go and say hi to him. He come over to me, he hugged me, and we just had a conversation like nothing's ever happened. But
weird,
a couple of years ago, we were throwing punches at each other's faces.
That was 18 months ago.
18 months.
Clarify.
Did he get it? Did he not?
It was last
Because if you didn't know the date at that time, I was saying 2 years, you were saying 3. So I won, I was closer.
All right, I'll let you beat me there. You always beat me anyway. Listen, two things. We're about to see Adam Azim in the ring, and I want to get your view on Eubank and Smith tonight as well. Adam Azim, people say that he reminds them of you. Do you see that? Is he a great talent?
You know, it's good to see why people are saying that. He's Asian, he's Pakistani, and he's doing really well. Look, you know,
speed.
And he's got speed, he's got power. And Adam Azim is a great fighter. But listen, not only him. I mean, look, we've got young fighters like Akib Fayaz here, who's another champion. I mean, you know, he's making noise in the game. I mean, there's a lot of young fighters here now, young British.
You manage him?
Pakistani. I wish I did, but nah. I wish I did, but nah.
He's handsome and fast.
Eddie's got him. Eddie took him off him. I took him off him. But anyway, listen, I just want to say that there's so many young fighters, and it's good to see that Adam is highlighting on such a big event like this. And I'm sure he's gonna shine. He's in a hard fight as well. It's not an easy fight, this is.
I've got to go back to the desk, but just tell me, how do you see Eubank and Smith tonight?
Look, I like both guys. I just feel that Smith is probably the better boxer, and but
Eubank's number, yeah.
And he's got his number, but you know what? He's always one punch away. But look, let's see what Beaumont can do different. Beaumont might do something different in the game plan that he might have to win this fight. So let's see. It's a 50-50 fight to me.
Always a pleasure. Thank you, Amir.
Pleasure, brother. Thank you very much.
Amir Khan talking to Gareth A. Davies there ringside. Don't forget, we don't just own boxing on talkSPORT, we also own the football as well. Next week, talkSPORT is the place to be to get all the latest from the Euro 2024 qualifiers. On Thursday, you can hear Northern Ireland's trip to Slovenia, live on talkSPORT 2, before England play Ukraine on Saturday. That's live on talkSPORT from 5 p.m. And there's a little bit of an extra treat for you. I did tell you that we're going to be telling you about fights that we're going to be bringing you on talkSPORT over the upcoming weeks. Live boxing will continue on September the 23rd. We're at Wembley Arena for the heavyweight rematch between Zhili Zhang and Joyce. talkSPORT really is the home of boxing. Tonight it is about that main event between Liam Smith and Chris Eubank Jr. as they go at it for a second time. Right now though, it's about young prospects. We've got a young man making his way to the ring in Adam Fajan in the super lightweight division, and he's going to be faced by someone that we're very, very high on. 8 professional fights, he's been perfect throughout. Last time, he decided to go the full distance. Tonight, we're hopefully going to get a bit of a statement in his biggest test to date. Spencer Oliver, how excited have you been about Adam Azim so far?
Listen, Adam, what I said to you, I said he's not just one of the best prospects, if not the best prospects in Britain. I think he's one of the best prospects globally. This kid is a future superstar, not when he wins a world title, not if he wins a world title, but when he wins a world title. Against an opponent here, by the way, it's a big step up in Fanyan. He's a guy that has got a lot of experience. He's only lost on his record back in 2018 He's got some good names there. He's a solid operator. We're going to find out now if Adam Azim can step up to that level. Good test for him at this stage.
We've been saying, though, haven't we, Spence, with watching Adam Azim, when he comes up against that higher level of opponent, the guys that are coming to win, the guys that are going to try and fight him and actually throw shots against him, that will leave more gaps for him to be able to open those doors.
Absolutely. Listen, this is what we're finding out now. With Adam Azim, I think the first real acid test for him was when he boxed Ryland Charlton. When he boxed him, we thought, you know what, let's see, it's going to take him a few rounds. He went out there and he destroyed him in 2 rounds. You go, wow, this kid's really got something. And then we saw him last time out, and again he was in with a tough South American opponent, but he delivered. That's what he does. It's going to be a great yardstick for us tonight to see exactly where he's at again, because this is another step up the ladder.
Well, the pyrotechnics are going off inside the AO Arena as Adam Azim, accompanied by his brother, is making his way to the ring right now, just touching the hands of a few fans that have come out to see him. And we just heard the dulcet ring-walk tones of a certain John Jones from the UFC. A little bit early for him to be saying that the champ is here, but I like the confidence, Gareth.
Oh, he's got a lot of X factor about him, a lot of thrills. He will give us thrills in the ring. It's great, he's pushing himself forward. And as Amir Khan just said, Adam, there's a whole community following him. There's people that want to do that. We need to celebrate these kind of things. A bit of Amir Khan, a bit of Nazim Hamed. All these guys are in the milieu now of our world, and it's brilliant to see.
Absolutely. Well, let's get him introduced.
Ladies and gentlemen, this chief support contest is promoted by Ben Shalom and Boxer. Scheduled for 10 3-minute rounds. It is for the WBA Continental Super Lightweight Championship. Our supervisor in charge, Carlos Chavez, and our judges at ringside, Steve Gray, Manuel Oliver Palomo, and Renee Fiebig. And our referee in charge when the bell rings, Michael Alexander. Let's meet the fighters. First, fighting out of the blue corner, wearing the navy blue trunks with gold trim, he stands 5 feet 11 inches tall. He weighed in at 9 stone 13 pounds. He holds a professional record of 23 wins versus just 1 loss, with 5 of those wins coming by way of knockout. Fighting out of Brovary, Ukraine, introducing the current reigning IBO International and WBO Oriental Super Lightweight Champion, Adam Fanyan. And his opponent, fighting out of the red corner, wearing the pink trunks with white trim, he stands 5 feet 10 inches tall. He weighed in at 9 stone 13 pounds 5 ounces. He comes to us with a perfect, undefeated record of 8 wins, no defeats, with 6 of those wins coming by way of knockout. And he fights out of Slough, England, introducing the current reigning WBC Youth Super Lightweight Champion, the 21-year-old superstar, Adam the Assassin Azim.
Right, lads, you both know the rules, so let's just have a good, clean fight, okay? Most of all, remember to defend yourselves at all times, all right? Just close.
Final instructions from the referee. You can tell something special is in the ring because they're out the bars, they're out the concession stands, they are in their seats. Practically full now at the AO Arena in Manchester for Adam Azim versus Adam Fanyan. Let's get to it here on talkSPORT. Spencer Oliver and John Rawling calling you through it.
And when the two of them stood head-to-head, face-to-face, as the referee gave final instructions, absolutely nothing between them in height, physique, both of them superbly conditioned, and Adam Azim looking to show this huge crowd here tonight that he's taking another step towards superstardom. And you heard Amir Khan speaking about him, saying he's not only popular for Slough, not only popular for boxing, but he's popular for a whole community. And he's wanting to show that he is that special talent once again here tonight in his 9th professional fight. Left hand from Fanyan, first scoring shot of the fight. It was a swinging attempted left hook, partially blocked by Azim, who's wearing pale purple and white shorts. Black and yellow is the chosen colour for his Ukrainian opponent. Aram Fanyan from Bravadu. Good jab from Azim, good hand speed there and good accuracy as well.
Yeah, solid look though here from Fanyan as well. He doesn't seem phased at all. He's just stalking forward, hands held high, nice hand speed from Adam Azim. We know that he's got that quick hand speed, but his opponent does look a decent one, to be fair. Doesn't look phased at all. Solid look.
Well, as you say, he's got those or as you were told, he's got those minor belts to his name, dedicating his performance to his granddad, who died recently. They were to have had this fight in June. Azim had an injury at the time, and so here they are, here in September, here in Manchester. And in all honesty, it's a fairly quiet opening round, this, as we move into the final minute of this first round of a 10-rounder. Adam Azim from Slough against the Ukrainian Aram Fanyan, and not a lot to pick between them right now.
No, Fanyan just holding the centre of the ring. Azim boxing on the outside, just falling short with that jab, showing lots of respect in there, Azim, as he's now stepping up in class. He has to do that, can't be reckless. Again, sticks out the jab, falls short with that. Fanyan just holding centre of the ring, lands a good left hook of his own. This one just warming up nicely here.
And another left hand from Fanyan, who in this opening round has shown that he's anything but somebody who's just come over here to pad out the record of a young prospect. He's showing that he's come here with plenty of ambition, and if he could get a win here, then he would clearly catapult himself right into prominence himself. And he's matching everything that Azim has been able to throw at him in the opening round as we move into the final 10 seconds of this first. Jab from Azim aimed at the solar plexus was short. Tried to switch the head, attacked ahead with a left hand. That was a decent opening round from Fanyan.
It actually was. Fanyan probably just kicked that opening round with those couple of left hooks that he landed there. He's obviously studied Adam Azim. He was taking his time, just stalking forward, holding the hands high. Great footwork, great balance. Adam Azim moving around the perimeter of the ring, trying to flick out the jab, just falling short in that, not stepping in with his shots. He did try to set a trap at the end of the round where he flicked a jab to the body, then stepped back, come through with the right hand, but Fanyan read that one. Good technical first round there. This one, I believe, John, is going to warm up nicely.
Yeah, interesting, wouldn't it? And Fanyan got through with a couple of really good meaty left hands. He's shown that he's got technical ability as well as desire, and he was able to get inside Azim and land something worthwhile. You're listening to Fight Night Live on talkSPORT in partnership with William Hill. It's who you play with as we move into the second round of Azim against Fanyan. Our chief support to the main event coming up later. Liam Smith against Chris Eubank Jr. Don't know about you listening at home, can hardly wait. Another good right hand there from Fanyan, and caught Azim. Azim, he cannot take this guy for granted.
I tell you what, this is going to be a tough contest, this one. Fanyan is very smart in what he does. He's got a great boxing IQ as he stands highly above us, standing tall. Just goes for the left hook, falls short there. Azim carrying his left hand down by his waist, tries to get off with the jab that's just falling short at the moment. Good start here from Fanyan.
Azim, coached by Shane McGuigan, very wise coach. There's a right hand there got in from Azim, but Fanyan came forward and bullied the younger man back and landed a couple of left hands of his own. Close round so far here in the second as we move into the 22nd minute. Gave that opening round to Fanyan, did you, Spencer?
Yeah, not a lot in that opening round. It was a very technical round. Both guys showing each other a lot of respect as they are in his second round. Not a lot between them. No one really stepped their authority on this contest yet as Azim jabs the body of Fanyan, trying to draw the guard down, but Fanyan not falling for any of that.
Still very much in the melting pot, this one, and there hasn't been any real punches which have established dominance one way or the other. And Azim complaining that Fanyan came in behind his head there. Referee Michael Alexander didn't have anything to do with it really, just splits them and allows the action to continue. Still quite quiet here in the second round. 20,000 people watching on as Azim lands a good left jab, rocks back the head of Fanyan. Good hand speed from the youngster, who said in numerous interviews Amir Khan is his hero. He grew up watching him and wanting to be like him.
Yeah, and he's trying to box like him here, trying to use that hand speed. What he needs to do though, Adam Azim has put some shots in after that jab. He's just struggling to find his range at the moment. Lands a good solid jab there though. Fanyan just staying in front of him, holding the hands high, and Azim at the moment struggling to work him out. Great learning fight for someone like Adam Azim, because this Fanyan, he can certainly fight. He's a good fighter, this Ukrainian.
Fanyan in his 25th professional fight, Azim only in his 9th. There's a good jab from the Slough youngster. Finds the head of Fanyan, who walks him down and gets in with the left hand under chopping right. And the Ukrainian cornermen right in front of us here where we're commentating are happy with the way their man is going. And that's the bell to end the second. I know that Gareth and Adam jumping at the bit to have a word.
I'm enjoying this because normally what we have in front of Adam Azim is someone that he can absolutely play with and have a lot of fun with and take him out whenever he wants to take him out. Very obvious that Fanyan's well schooled. He's not biting on the fence at the moment, Gareth, which I really I like him, because it's making Adam Azim think. He's going with singles at the moment. Maybe he's got to feint and then trust himself and go with 2s and 3s in order to try and open up the Ukrainian.
What I've really liked about Fanyan, how he's countering with that left hook over Adam Azim's jab, which is brilliant. What I like about him as well, for a 10-stone fighter, which is what we're talking about, if you don't know, these guys weigh 140 pounds, is that his tensile strength is very good. He's got a bullish neck, and what I like about his posture, as well as his face, is that they're very, very focused. He has come here to upset the form book.
Some Manchester City footballers sitting in the audience watching on. They had a pretty good win earlier on today, and it's all looking fairly predictable, their progress at the moment. What happens here could be a little bit more unpredictable. You're listening to Azim versus Fanyan on Fight Night Live on talkSPORT from the Manchester Arena. We're into the third round now, and we're building up to our main event of Liam Smith against Chris Eubank Jr. The rematch, repeat or revenge. How did you score that second round?
Yeah, the second round I just give to Adam Azim. He started landing those shots, but there's nothing in them, John. Either round could have gone either way, so I've got it 1 round apiece at the moment, but Fanyan is not phased at all as he gets Azim above us, just holding his hands high, stalking forward, looking for the opportunity, not wasting anything. Adam Azim moving on the outside, left hand low, trying to flick out the jab, trying to set the trap for that right hand where he steps back and drives through. Nothing in this at the moment, John.
No, and it's a little bit of a chess match at the moment between the two of them. Fanyan with 1 defeat on his record back in 2018, lost on points to a Mexican in Kiev, René Tellez Giron. Adam Azim still undefeated as a professional. Into the second half of the third round, and no real meaningful punches landed in this round so far. For the most part, it's Fanyan who's on the front foot, looking to try to force the action, falling short with a jab and a left hook. The hook was taken on the glove by Azim, who responds with a good quality jab of his own. Azim really would be happy that Fanyan tried to tee off with a massive left hook, which just whistled through thin air.
Yeah, he's certainly come with a game plan, hasn't he, John Fanyan? He just dropped. Oh,
good left hand.
Fanyan
Good left hand from Fanyan, and Azim was caught off balance, but he felt the weight of that one, and that is a real reminder to both the fighter and his fans that this fella from Ukraine is very, very much here as a potential winner.
Absolutely, as I was saying, John, this guy's come to win, and he's come with a game plan, and that game plan at the moment just seems to be working. One of the shots that he's obviously been working on is that looping left hook, which just landed and shook Azim to the sole of his boots. He's just missed. Another one just went whistling past the whiskers of Azim. Azim trying to pour out the jab, trying to set the traps, but can't seem to find a way through yet.
The hand-low style looks great when fighters are on top and when they can really prosper with it, but when they're punished, it can look a little bit silly. He's regrouped well though, Azim. Throws out a good jab, follows up, tries to throw a right hand, but short of the target. Well, good round for Fanyan. It's going to be interesting to hear what Azim's corner make of this. We're going to try and get our microphone in there and hear from Shane McGuigan.
Better when you're pressing it to him, though. Yeah. Don't go back all the time. Better when you're pressing it to him. And just speed, don't load up, okay? All right? This guy loves the slow pace because he wants to try and set you up. So the more you just keep it quick and twitching, do throwaway shots, bum, 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 bum. Then you'll time it, okay?
30 seconds.
Stop.
We're gonna run.
Yeah.
Stop pulling hard.
All right? Just keep it in the middle and start nudging him back, because if he gives you space, all he's going to do is try and launch a big long left hook.
10 seconds.
Okay? All right?
Watch that left hook.
Well, all he's doing is a big long left hook, but I tell you what, when the big long left hook landed, it nearly put him on the seat of his pants.
That's the shot he's got to be careful of. I tell you that, John, because Fanyan's come with a game plan. He's holding his feet, he's waiting for Azim to come in with that right hand, and he's shooting with that quick left hook. Azim got to be careful here.
We go into the fourth round, and on Spencer's card, it's 2 rounds to 1 in the Ukrainians' favour. Fanyan. Azim has got problems here, which he's trying to solve, and it looks as though he's in for the long haul in this fight. It's not the one. There goes Fanyan again with a left hand and a right hand. Just about managed to parry the right hand, which was the damaging shot, did Azim. But Fanyan putting his punches together and letting them go. There's no posturing now from the Ukrainian. He's looking for that big left hand, which almost had Azim in big trouble in the last round. Azim trying to control centre ring, trying to work behind the jab. Misses with the big swinging right hand following up behind the jab, and this time Fanyan not able to punish him. Good jab again from Azim, who's keeping his shape better in this round.
Yeah, good round from both guys here, actually. They're both holding shape, they both come with the plan, and they're trying to set the traps here, but Azim, this is where we find out how good he is. Has he got that adaptability that it takes at this level? Because he's going to need to do some new tricks here. He's going to have to find a different way to win. Good jab goes in there from Azim.
Saw the very talented youngster Dennis McCann in action a week or 2 ago, and he was in against a teak-tough guy who Fanyan reminds me of just a little, and he was somebody who threw a great big left hook, and that's what Fanyan's got here, and that's what Azim has got to cope with. He may be behind on the judges' cards. Goes in again with another big left hand, Fanyan. This time Azim makes him miss, gets inside, slips the punch. So not a scoring shot from Fanyan, but the danger is quite clear to see.
Yep, he's got to be careful here. You know, you can't read too much into the record. 23-1 with 5 KOs, for Fanyan. And that doesn't really tell the story, because he looks like he punches with respect here, and Azim has to be careful. He has to stay switched on. As a left hook goes in, Azim comes back with a good right hand of his own.
And he took a right hand, though, from Fanyan as well after that left hook, and had to just regroup. It made him blink quite definitely. Interesting round, this one. Move into the last 20 seconds of this, the fourth of this 10-rounder here at the Manchester Arena. A couple of jabs from Fanyan, doubling up on that left hand. Then a nice right hand from Azim. Tried to throw a great big left uppercut that missed by a distance. Scoring shot from Fanyan, a left hand again as the bell comes to end the 4th round. Another really competitive round, Spencer.
Yeah, it's another competitive round. You know, there's 2 rounds each for me. Let's bring the guys in.
I loved that round from Adam Azim. I thought he really showed. Shane McGuigan said to him, remember your hand speed, and move round, make it your pace to fight. I thought he did it brilliantly in that round. He showed a pair of chops so far when he's been hit by the 2 left hooks. I really liked Adam Azim in that round. I thought he just had some ascendancy in that round, Adam Catterall.
Definitely his best round of the fight. What I'm really liking from the blue corner, though, is that what he's doing, Adam Azim's coming out straight and tall. So every time he goes in and pops him with something, he throws. He throws it in the region of the chin, and he's catching quite a lot on the way out.
But he's got some chops, and I think he knows he can take the punches. I think we'll see Adam Azim step it up in this round.
Rat-a-tat-tat, hopefully.
We will see. We move now into the 5th, this 10-rounder. And close on the cards, you would suspect, at this stage. Although just signs in that last round that Adam Azim is starting just a little to get the measure of this guy. Let's see what he can do in this round. No punches thrown so far from either man. Both of them posturing and feinting. And nothing thrown. Now Azim does try to throw a left-hander who's short of the target. In comes Fanyan, diving in behind that attempted left hook, and both of them land little rabbit punches around the head. And Michael Alexander says, no, that's not in the rules. Don't do it. Splits them and the action begins again. Good jab from Fanyan. Azim punishes him with a left-hander. Again, good hand speed from the Slough youngster.
You just get the feeling, don't you, that both guys, they're looking for that big shot, that right hand over the top, or in Fanyan's case, the left hook as well, but they're just patiently waiting. There's a big game of chess up there at the moment. This is high quality boxing that we're seeing at the moment. One guy makes a mistake here, and this fight could turn on its head.
A couple of left hands while you're speaking there got in from Fanyan, whose corner bellowing instructions. You may be heard from our ringside microphones here. That's really fancy that their guy is right in with a very real chance of springing what would be a sizable upset here. The bookies had Azim as a big favourite to win this one, but there's a better right hand from Azim. Showed him the left hand and then a chopping right, but Fanyan takes it well.
Yep, that's what Azim's got to do now. He's got to start being creative, not just working behind that jab. He needs to set the traps. He's standing above us, left hand down by his waist, which tells you he's trying to draw Fanyan in for that right hand. He's waiting for Fanyan to just fall off his shape, but he just throws the jab. Fanyan slips inside, but Azim now just starting to turn the screw ever so slightly.
Tried to throw some power shots, but Fanyan was cute to it and kept his gloves up high. But it's now Azim, you sense, who's starting to dominate spatially in the ring. Left hand from Azim landed as Fanyan tried to tee off a huge left hook. And now Azim is really starting to walk him down a little, trying to get into range to land power shots. But then back comes Fanyan with a right hand and a left hand of his own, showing that he's by no means done. 20 seconds to go in the 5th.
Yeah, this is all about who's on the front foot here, because Adam Azim has changed this around. He's now put Fanyan on the back foot, and he's getting more success there. Fanyan's the type of fighter that likes to be on the front foot, likes to be in control of the pace. Better round here from Adam Azim.
Yeah, it's close, isn't it? But it's just, it kind of gives you the impression as they touch gloves, as the bell goes, it gives you the impression, because he's dominating centre ring now, Azim, that he's winning rounds, and gives you the impression maybe that he's winning rounds more clearly than he actually is.
Absolutely. Listen, this is a tight contest. No one's really taking hold of this right now. I've just seen the slight adjustments with Adam Azim. He's now putting Fanyan on the back foot. He's taking control of the pace. You know, he's trying to set the traps. He's throwing the jabs to the head, throwing the jabs to the body, stepping back, right hands through the middle. That's what he needs to do. Let your opponent think about what you're doing, as opposed to you thinking about what your opponent's doing. When you do that, you're in control. Adam Azim is doing that right now. But this is still very much anyone's fight.
Meanwhile, in the dressing rooms, the two fighters are being gloved up for our main event. of course, representatives of the opposing camp in there, watching on, making sure that everything is absolutely right. Bomac was in there, trainer of Chris Eubank, watching assiduously as the wraps were being done for Liam Smith, and likewise Liam Smith with representatives in the Chris Eubank corner as well. Right hand from Fanyan almost catches Azim. Azim just rocked back and allowed it to only hit a glancing blow, but he's got his gloves up high now, not taunting Fanyan with low gloves, which he has done at times. Fanyan tries to know another fast left hook, but it was blocked again by Azim.
Yeah, see, they've had a word with Fanyan in the corner and said, listen, you're better on the front foot. And Fanyan's come out, started this 6th round on that front foot. He's trying to lead off. He's trying to get the shots off as well. So both corners have worked here strategically on this game plan. And it seems to be working when they're telling their opponents, high quality contest.
Another good left hand from Fanyan. Azim rode the punch, saw it coming, was swaying back as it got through, but there's another left hand from Fanyan, who's having much more success in this round. Now he's on the front foot and trying to really carry the fight to Azim, who's just plodding after him, tries to throw a jab, but he only throws a single shot. And now Fanyan grips hold of him, and the referee has to split them.
Yep, just like to see Azim now starting to pick it up a little bit, you know, starting to go through the gears. He's looking for that single punch, he's looking for that spectacular knockout. The knockout doesn't come when you look for it. Let's see the shots put together now. 3s, 4s, phase 1, phase 2. That's what we need to see.
He'd have loved to have provided something special for the highlight reel, I'm sure, but it's not come so far. Minute to go in the 6th round. Still a close fight and still up for grabs here, this 10-rounder between the undefeated young prospect Adam Azim and Aram Fanyan from Ukraine. Azim aims a jab to the body and then gets in with a hook as Fanyan comes rushing in himself. Good jab from Azim. He has got fast hands, this lad, but he's not been able to detonate the big right hand.
No, he's just not been in range, John. He's throwing that jab, just falling short, and when you fall short with that jab, you don't detonate that right hand because you know you're going to lean in, you're going to reach. The jab has to find the range, and when the jab lands, then you're in range for the right hand.
Again, a big swing from Fanyan, just a glancing blow to the bearded chin of Adam Azim. The referee has to split them as Fanyan momentarily was turned around. And then he's caught Azim by a left hand. Well, the Ukrainian, Aram Fanyan, had his moments in that round, unquestionably.
I gave him that round. I thought he just managed to stop the flow of Adam Azim, who seemed to have really gained a nice foothold. I agree with what Spencer said in commentary there. His corner in the blue quite obviously said, listen, man, you need to get on that front foot because when you're going backwards, the other guy's beating you quite comfortably. Great turnaround there from Fanyan.
It was, but I do think there's an element of him being a little bit disheartened in this fight. A little bit, Spencer. I know you're shaking your head, but I think when Adam Azim implodes with that speed, he can't live with him. I don't think he's getting caught by heavy shots. He's still dangerous, but you know what I'm really enjoying? Seeing a very young fighter develop in front of our eyes tonight, in front of a seasoned guy with 25 fights under his belt, who's from Ukraine, and we know how tough they are.
It's what they call a good learning fight for Adam Azim, but it's only a good learning fight if he comes through it as a winner. He doesn't want to have the setback on his record. And I should tell you as well, live boxing keeps coming here at talkSPORT on September 23rd. We're at Wembley Arena for the heavyweight rematch between Zhilei Zhang and Joyce. talkSPORT showing that it really is the home of boxing. Here in this super lightweight contest, this 10-rounder, Adam Azim and Aram Fanyan. I thought Fanyan won that last round, Spencer, and on our cards that makes it a level fight.
Absolutely, John. I've got this all level, 3 rounds apiece. Very close, these rounds. And yeah, anything all to play for here going into this second half of the contest, which you would probably favour, actually, in favour of Fanyan, because he's the one with the more experience. You know, he's the one that's got the rounds under his belt. He will know what he's got to do. I want to see Adam Azim now stepping it up a little bit more.
Go through the gears, as they say.
Absolutely.
He needs to find some flashy combinations and find opportunity to land power shots of his own. He's posturing and feinting, and Fanyan drops his gloves as much as to say, come on then, and the referee claps his hands and says, all right, enough of the posturing, let's see some action. And it's certainly not really lived up to its pre-fight billing, this one. It's been interesting, but it's not really cut loose as yet. Still time though, we're only in the 7th round, it's a 10-rounder. Jab short inside from Fanyan was a decent scoring shot.
Yeah, both guys just looking for that opening still, aren't they? Azim comes forward, double jab, lands the second one, good right hand as Fanyan gets pinned momentarily in the corner. Fanyan up on his toes, Azim looking to create an opening. Fanyan falls short with the right hand.
And was caught by a left hand as he did so. Corner in front of us, the Ukrainian corner urging the man to get onto the front foot and force the pace of the fight, because once again in this 7th the initiative seems to have gone in the direction of Adam Azim. No great power shots, no flashy combinations, but just enough, and he makes Fanyan miss again with another wild looking left hook which came from somewhere over his left shoulder. Missed by a distance. We're going to go into the corner at the end of the round and hear from Shane McGuigan and the instructions he's giving to Adam Azim and how he's going to sort this problem out, how he's going to perhaps accelerate away and make sure on the cards that his man is winning this fight, because the way we see it, there is very little in it. Untidy maul going on as the bell ends that round, and not very many quality punches landed there. Difficult one to score, but Azim was the one on the front foot. Let's listen in and hear Shane McGuigan.
Left hook right hand is the key, but then you start putting the body shot on the end. Stay in on it. Do you know what I mean? Go boom, boom, and then boom, sink it down there. Okay? All right? 1, 2 with the body, 1, 2 with the head. Simple stuff. Okay? When you're tracking him with light shots. Okay? He's waiting for you to load up, so you got to tease him out of there and then beat him to the punch. 20 seconds. Left hook, bang. You break the guard on the touch, left hook, boom. Then you can finish left hook, put the next shot on the end of it.
Well, there's the instructions that you hear, and clearly Shane McGuigan a little bit worried that this fight is still very much in the melting pot. We move now into the 8th round of a 10-rounder. Did you give that last round to Azim?
Yeah, I give that to Azim. I think he's done enough there. He stepped it up on him a couple of occasions. I've got it close as well, John. I've got Azim 1 round up, but there could be a couple of rounds that have gone one way or the other. Azim could be 2 or 3 up. You know, it could be, or it could be Azim. He seems to have just his nose in front at the moment. It's now down to him to impress us, to turn it up a little bit. Last 3 rounds, let's see something. But it's actually Fanyan that's come out. He's come out the one firing.
And he's got his promoter on the far side of the ring on his feet, bellowing support, urging his man forward. And now it's Azim who responds. Good punches, left hand and the right hand. And Fanyan's gloves drop a little, and Azim going looking for him now. And he's forcing him back across the ring, but letting combinations go. Fanyan misses with an attempted left-hand counter, and this is much better now from Azim. Good right hand as well on the ropes, right in front of us, and another. And Azim sways back and makes Fanyan miss with an attempted left hook counter. Good body shots again for Azim. Right hand and a left hand.
Yeah, that's what we needed to see, John. He's turned the screw. Right hand goes in as well. Another right hand. Fanyan starting to look disorientated. Big goal from there. Right hand, left hook. Fanyan in trouble here.
Referee will keep a close look at Fanyan. Big right hand again from Azim. It's all going the way of Adam Azim here in this 8th round. And he's looking for big punches right on the ropes in front of us. But Fanyan up on his toes now, swaying left and right, and just making Azim realise that he's not totally shot yet and that he's still got something to be respected. But this has been a great round for Azim so far, with a minute to go in the 8th.
Big right hand goes for a game there from Azim as he stalks forward, pins at Fanyan on the ropes. Right hand again, left hook. Fanyan's hands come down. Azim looking for the finish here. Big right hand again.
And maybe the opening is coming here. Body shots have softened him up, and he lands another big left hook into the body. Adam Azim, his gloves are low, contemptuously now. He's looking to measure Aram Fanyan for the big punches. Throws the left lead, fast jab, and Fanyan just buys a few seconds, holds on, and less than 30 seconds to go in the 8th round. Azim on the front foot, tries to tee off the big right hand, blocked by Fanyan, who throws a tired-looking left hand. He's pushing the punches out now. There's not the snap in his work that there was a few minutes ago. He's looking tired, he's looking jaded, and this has been an emphatic round for Adam Azim. And he tries to mount a big attack in the last few seconds, not able to do so, but that was a fairly torrid time for the Ukrainian.
The adjustments that Adam Azim has made throughout the course of this fight have been top class. The first 3 rounds I highlighted it. He was coming out tall and getting clipped with that overhand left as he was exiting the exchanges. Now look at him. He's coming out lower and the guy can't land on him. He's not there anymore. This is what this game's all about. Hit, don't get hit. That's the perfect example of what we just said over the last 3 minutes.
I think he's a real great talent. We've seen the battery levels reduce in Fanyan as the last 2 or 3 rounds have gone. I've got his 4 cornermen, or 3 of them here, sitting right to my, literally a foot away from me. I was watching their faces during that round. As you say, it was torrid. He got hammered with big rights and lefts and body shots, and there was concern etched on all of their faces. Yeah. I was waiting to see if a towel was going to come in. Well, I think Azim will go for the stoppage in this round, Adam.
Well, there's 2 rounds left. It's still relatively close. Let's put the foot down and rubber stamp it.
We go now into the 9th round. You're listening to Adam Azim against Aram Fanyan. Azim on our card is now ahead and looking as though he's heading towards a victory. And coming up, our main event on talkSPORT, that, of course, is the big rematch. Chris Eubank Jr. against the man who beat him so spectacularly last time out, Liam Smith. Is it going to be repeat or revenge? Good start to the round from Fanyan. Solid body shot from the left hand with the left hand. Azim just feinting to throw punches and hasn't thrown anything yet in the first 30 seconds or so of the round. Fanyan back on the front foot, trying to dictate terms. He'll surely have been told by his corner that you've got to take the last 2 rounds to have any chance here. Good body shot from Azim. Left hand underneath the right elbow of Fanyan and thudded into the body. Good punch. Fanyan just a little bit less dictating what's happening in there now. He's more reactive, waiting for Azim to commit himself. He's expecting the big right hand. Azim tried to throw it, but it was parried.
Yeah, we've seen the fight change dramatically now with Azim on the front foot. There's a real spring in his step as he lets a big left hand go. Fanyan seems to have run out of ideas. He's moving around. He's throwing that left hook. It's now becoming predictable as Azim again slips 2 shots. He looks in complete control here, John.
Running out of steam, and maybe that is Azim, the younger man, who's now starting to take control. Good jab as he forces Fanyan into the corner to the left of where we're commentating. Fanyan, though, quick enough to evade a tempted left-hand, right-hand combination by way of a follow-up from Azim, who then lands a left hook underneath. And then a good one, another left hook from Azim. Only a glancing blow, just as well from Fanyan. Grazed those luxuriant whiskers.
Yeah, he certainly did. Azim now, as I say, looks in control, bouncing up and down in the centre of the ring, carrying that left hand low. And Fanyan looks like he's run out of ideas as he misses wildly with a right hand, right hook.
Azim had also missed with a big right hand of his own, which gave Fanyan the inspiration to give it a go with a big punch while Azim was off balance. But it's a long time now since Fanyan has really landed anything of note in this round. There were moments earlier on when he got in with those fast left hooks and caused some real bother to Azim, but those moments seem to have gone now. And Azim, well, if he can't find the big punches, he looks as though he's going to be able to box his way comfortably now as we move into the last 10 seconds of the round. He's going to be able to box himself towards a points victory, you suspect.
Absolutely. Look, Azim just composed himself in that round, didn't overdo it. He took all the wind out of Fanyan's sails in the 8th round. I think he'll give us a little bit of a dance in the last 3 minutes, but a very impressive performance so far. I don't want to do jinx to the commentator here, because Fanyan has still got something in himself. He hasn't given up. He's disheartened by the speed of Azim. What I do like is about how much pressure he can put on the other fighter.
Yeah, what Azim has done is he's undone the lot. And that's what great fighters do. They undo the lock, they work it out. And that's what Adam has done. Like I say, those first 5 or 6 rounds, they were cagey. Adam was holding back. He was looking for the openings. He wasn't taking any risks because his opponent, Fanyan, was very, very dangerous. He was quick with the hooks. And as the rounds have gone on, Azim's worked it out and he seems to have cracked the lock. I'm expecting a big finish here.
Last round now, and the 2 touch gloves. And for the most part, it's been fought in a decent spirit, this one. Now, who's got it in the locker to produce the grandstand finish? Both of them try to start fast, trying to load up on big punches. Azim just waiting to see if Fanyan will commit himself, and doesn't do so. And on our card, we've got Azim well ahead. And I suspect we're being told that Sky TV viewers have also got Azim ahead in this, and we've got it probably now by, I guess, about a 3 or 4 point margin.
Yeah, I've got this 6 rounds to 3 right now. I think that he's just pulled away now, Azim. Any doubt that was there at the halfway stage, he seems to have sorted that as he lands a big right hand standing centre of the ring, pops in the left hand to the body, right hand over the top. Fanyan does well to take it.
You're going to have tough fights if you're going to get all the way to the top. He's only in his 9th professional fight, still very much on the learning curve, Azim, but he's worked it out. He had a bit of a rocky start, first 4 rounds or so. There was not too much in it, and Fanyan was cherishing real ambitions of scoring the surprise upset, that the further it's gone, the more Azim has dominated. Left to the body, and then switches the attack to the head with another solid left hand, then throws out a good quality jab, misses with a couple of follow-up shots aimed at the head, a right hand and a left hand, and Fanyan just lunges in behind the spear-like jab, but he's not really doing a great deal in there now. And Azim is trying to work the body, landed a terrific left hook into the body, and follows up with 2 more, left hand and a right hand, and Azim wants to hold on and buy a few seconds.
Yeah, Azim doing well here. Fanyan just in survival mode now as Azim is looking for that grandstand finish. What I would like to see from him is throw those punches in 3s and 4s. Yes, we know you've got that single punch power, you can take your opponent out, but let's put these shots together, because this opponent, Fanyan, is proving stubborn. As I say that, he goes out, a big right hand again.
And he's looking for it now, is Azim. This is what Shane McGuigan was saying between rounds. Let's see you put your combinations together, put your punches together, don't go for one single shot. And now he's trying to walk his man down and create those openings. Referee has to split them. Only just over 20 seconds to go in this final round. Good body shot from Azim, and then a chopping right hand. Back comes Fanyan off the ropes with a right hand of his own, just making Azim not treat him with utter contempt as we move into the last 10 seconds. And Azim, well, I think he's done a good job here. Misses with a right hand, and a tough opponent in Fanyan from Ukraine has gone all the way with him, goes to the final bell. But I think there can be no doubting here that Azim has done enough to win the fight.
Yeah, great quality contest there. Azim turned the screw halfway through. He works out adaptability, always win. Champions can adapt, and that's exactly what Azim had to do tonight. He recognised He had a stubborn opponent in front of him, someone that knew how to fight actually, someone that knew how to control the space. Great learning fight for someone like Azim, who we know is going all the way to the top, but that was a great learning fight for him, and he come through really well.
Experienced and tough, this guy, and when you're at this point in your career, it's not necessarily just easy bowl-overs from which you learn anything. This is the sort of fight you need.
What we saw tonight, you'll like this word because you'll have used it in a minute anyway, levels. We're seeing the levels of a young fighter who's got a long way to go yet, 2, 3, 4 levels, against a guy who is at his level, who's not going to get any better than European Championship level, if you agree with me on that, Spencer.
Absolutely.
So what we saw tonight was Adam Azim tested, pushed at the beginning, couldn't get his own way like he always does, only in his 9th fight, having to adjust, work his way through it, didn't get it all his own way, even in the 7th and 8th. But I'm very impressed with him.
Absolutely, yeah. Listen, there's a great breakdown of Adam Azim and where he's at right now, because Fanyan is a decent fighter, good European level. 24 fights in, only ever lost to 1. He had that Eastern European style, tough as old boots. He really was. And what Adam Azim done so well was he adapted, which was very good.
While you're talking there, the crowd, this huge crowd here, 20,000 or so here in the Manchester Arena, being entertained by shots of the dressing rooms and Liam Smith shadow boxing in his dressing room in front of his trainers, and also pictures of Chris Eubank. And who's going to win this one? The big fight is not too far away now. That's going to be our next fight right here. You won't miss one moment of it on talkSPORT. Been talked about for days, and there is a real big fight feel about what we've got here in Manchester tonight. It might not be for a world title, but it's two fighters, two good fighters, who are trying to battle it out for the championship of each other.
John,
ladies and gentlemen, after 10 full rounds, we go to the judges' scorecards for the official decision. Judge Steve Grace, he's at 98 to 92. While Judge Manuel Oliver Palomo sees at 190, and Renee Phoenix sees at 99 to 91. Declaring your winner by unanimous decision, and still undefeated, and the new WBA Continental Super Lightweight Champion, Adam the Assassin Azim.
There you go. Extremely wide scorecards in favour of Adam Azim. No problem with the result whatsoever. I think it's a little harsh on the away fighter there. Maybe he could have picked up 2 or 3 rounds. But it is what it is. A fantastic display from Adam Azim, who is learning on this incredible road to hopefully superstardom one day. A learning fight there that he's come through. He figured it out himself, and he got the job done. Plenty more tougher nights on the horizon for him, no doubt. You listen to talkSPORT. It is Fight Night Live. We've got a main event for you coming next. Liam Smith, Chris Eubank Jr. The rematch. Is it revenge or is it repeat? We'll find out next.
Adam Azim, congratulations. Another 10 rounds in the bank against a real live opponent in there, but dominated on the scorecards. Talk us through how happy you are with that performance.
Lastly, I'd like to praise Cullen first for the victory. I'd like to thank everyone for coming down to come and watch me as well, and also watch the main event. Do you know what? He was a good opponent. Like, I'm only 21. I just wanted to ring with a guy who's had 25 fights. And no one will do that at this age. And I just proved that. I can go 10 rounds, I can hurt him. And I can also, stay inside, learn my mistakes. So, you know what? I think it's a win-win.
Yeah, you hit him clean, especially down the stretch there. You have to give him lots of his toughness as well. Do you think you're going to get him out there?
Do you know what? It was kind of hard to get out of there. I think I got complacent. But it shows that, I can go, my power goes throughout the whole rounds. And you know what? It's just, another tick in the box. I feel like it.
Been calling for that chin check as well. And you did get hit clean and no bad thing learning at this stage as long as it doesn't come unstuck, which it didn't.
You know what? He's very strong, but I can say I've got a very, very good chin. So I have to say that.
I think our eyebrows were raised. I promise you the second event. Eyebrows were raised, Shane. You're happy to go along with matching aggressively. That was an opponent that you looked at and you were happy with. Raised a few eyebrows, but that's why it pays off as you do. A good bit of matchmaking and a good learning fight.
Yeah, listen, we've done it before. We've guided guys through to one level quickly. This kid is an unbelievable talent. He needs his acid test. He's not going to learn against guys he's learned out 2 or 3 rounds. You learn in the sparring, but also these are the fights you learn in. Patience, when the crowd's calling for more, you've almost got to be patient still. You've got to stay disciplined because that guy was a really live opponent. He wants to fight for the European title. When he wins the European title, you're going to have to defend against live opponents. So it's best to get one acid test before going in, and then he's European champion and he can defend it, and then we can see where we're at after that.
And presumably, congratulations to the matchmakers. That was a good fight for Adam. What does the future hold now? What is the route to the European title? Keep in mind this.
It has to be next, but as Shane said, Aaron Fanyan, credit to him, he is a serious operator. He's at the European level. No other fighter that I know will be taking on tests like this early on in their career. But as Shane said, it's about who he's going into, who he's got to defend against. European title next, but phenomenal performance on a massive stage.
Well done to you, Adam.
This fight was dedicated to my granddad, so he passed away, so this was for him. And let's get that European home.
Sympathies to the family, well done, son.
Thank you. Welcome back to the AO Arena in Manchester. Smith Eubank 2 is near enough upon us. We've just witnessed Adam Azim come through a very, very tough fight, but he figured it out in the end, and he's ringside right now with Gareth A. Davies.
Very impressive tonight is my view. You had to figure things out tonight against a very tough, durable, experienced Eastern European in the Ukrainian Fanyan.
Yeah, all Ukrainians are very, very strong. But for me, I carried the whole way, stayed composed, didn't waste no shots. When I started to hit with the jab, he wasn't coming forward after that, so my tactics was him to come at me, but unfortunately he wasn't coming at me, so yeah, but it was good rounds.
Couple of very dominant rounds there as well, where you let your hands go. But I thought you showed your whiskers tonight as well.
If I could take a shot, my chin's very strong, so yeah, I love it, I love it. Let's get that European title.
Absolutely, you're learning on the job. It's phenomenal. Saying to the team, it's so lovely to watch you as a work in progress. And Spencer was calling that very much a learning fight for you tonight, as you get tapped on the back of the head by your promoter, Ben Chalon.
Yeah, everyone enjoyed it. They wanted me to go around. And no one's going to go into a fight with a Ukrainian who just had one loss. So that I'll just prove all the boxes there. I'm ready for European title.
When did you expect to be out next?
November.
Okay, lovely. Staying busy.
Main event, let's go.
Brilliant. Thanks as always for your time.
Thank you.
He was good tonight, Adam Azim, wasn't he, Spencer? As he rightfully just said there, the opponent, obviously wily, been there, good, he got the T-shirt, 26 victories, only the one loss. Yes, he didn't have the knockout power, the opponent this evening, but you could tell that he was well schooled.
Listen, he showed great patience, and that's what, you know, it's all a learning curve for him right now. You know, he's only had 8 fights, 9 fights now, so it is about developing, it is about taking your time. That was a great Eastern European opponent, where you're going to learn a lot, because you've got to work it out. You've got to find those holes. He was a solid all-rounder, his opponent there, and that was a good learning fight. That will move him on and put him in good stead for future titles.
Right, you can hear the decibels just going up a touch. There's a couple of VTs being played around the AO Arena for the crowd that are here in attendance. And obviously you're consuming this on talkSPORT. If you want to watch our commentary team bring you this fight, you're more than welcome to come and join us on the YouTube channel. That's the talkSPORT Boxing YouTube channel. I think there's going to be a little bit of action in the ring in a minute before we get to that main event, because I can see a couple of light heavyweights. Dan Aziz is in the ring, as is Joshua Buatsi. This is a fight that has been made, Spence, for October the 21st. It's a fight that we've all been crying out for. We've got a brilliant light heavyweight domestic scene, and it's great to see two of them going at it.
Mate, we've got WBA #1 in Joshua Buatsi and WBA #2 in Dan Aziz going head-to-head. Brilliant to see the two guys getting it on before a world title was on the line. Really looking forward to this one. October the 21st at the O2 Arena. This is going to be sensational.
Do you want a little bit of, there's nothing like a little bit of pomp and ceremony beforehand. They're cracking out a bit of Bon Jovi now for getting the crowd a little bit revved up. And they've put two fantastic light heavyweights. Dan Aziz, he's having a little bit of a sing-song to get everybody in the mood for it. Listen, I tell you what, Spencer, what a fantastic stylistic matchup it is between these two guys.
Mate, we've got fireworks coming October the 21st. Both these guys want it so much. They've got history together. They're from the same area. This fight is going to be sensational. Buatsi was the kid. He was the Olympian. Aziz used to look up to him, used to train with him. Now he's competing with him. Now he's fighting him. This is what boxing's all about.
Absolutely. We say it all the time. We want to see who the king of England is, who the king of Great Britain is before you move on to those European titles, before you move on to that world level. So many navigate the path and they take shortcuts to the top of the table before they even conquer their own area. This is the prime example of conquering your own area.
Absolutely. It's what I love about Dan Aziz. He's old school. You know, his idol's Marvin Hagler. He's just like him. He boxes like him. But he done it the old school way. Southern area title, English title, British title, Commonwealth title, European title. He's done it the hard way. He's learned on the job.
We'll try and bring you the in-ring interviews in a moment or two, because this is obviously being led by our television partners, whilst the crowd are pretending they're in Benidorm on an 18-30 stag do. I'll go to Gareth Davies, who's ringside right now, talking to heavyweight Joseph Parker.
Indeed I am. I always save the best to last, as I just said to him. What's happening with you? You've been victorious recently. I understand you're in camp for another fight.
Yes, I've had a good win in Australia, and I've been keeping in shape, training hard, eating good, spending a lot of time with family, but I've been here for 4 weeks now. Training with George, eating the food.
Tell us who George is.
George Lockhart is chef and nutritionist from America. From America for Tyson and myself. And George is my strength and conditioning trainer.
You look so lean, you look like a cruiserweight.
Listen, I think you're going to be shocked the next time you see me in the ring. I'm going to be in great shape.
You do look in phenomenal shape. There's something tight about you that I can see.
Listen, I've said this in the past, but I just want to lock in a fight and put in work and have fun.
Talk to us about tonight. You know these big occasions in the UK. This might not bring back great memories for you, this place. We were here with you last year. It has a special atmosphere, the Manchester Arena, doesn't it?
Nothing beats this atmosphere. You know, nothing beats fighting in this venue, if you know what I mean. It's a special venue. I've had good wins, one last year.
As Ben Shalom goes past us, let me ask you, when someone has to do a rematch, Caroline Dubois wants to come through as well. When someone's lost, like Chris Eubank has, but they're so convincing when they come back, how has he got his mental strength back together for this second fight? Is he bluffing?
No, it's not bluffing. As a fighter, you're always going to be confident. And you know you have the ability to change things. I think he changed his trainer, he changed where he was training, and we'll see if that's going to pay off or not. Liam's going to come in with confidence, Chris is going to come in with something to prove, so I think that makes for a great fight. I can't pick a winner. I think it's I don't know, we'll see.
Great to see you, Joe, as always. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Former WBO heavyweight world champion Joe Parker there, catching up with Gareth A. Davies ringside. The who's who of the boxing world are in attendance this evening. It gives you that feel for that mega fight.
Ladies and gentlemen, October 21st in London, friends turned opponents, two of Britain's best light heavyweights, Dan Aziz, Joshua Buatsi, square off live from the O2 Arena on Sky Sports. There can only be one.
Just to paint the picture of what's currently going on in the ring, Dan Aziz, Joshua Buatsi, currently nose to nose. Size difference, as you can see, height in the advantage of Joshua Buatsi. But the man that has picked up all the trinkets recently, even though Buatsi has done it previously, is Dan Aziz. And this is a fight to determine who the best light heavyweight is in Britain, at British domestic level at least, because we do have some fantastic light heavyweights, one going for world title very shortly in Callum Smith. We've had Anthony Yard challenging for world titles as well this year. These two absolutely in that mix. And hopefully we're going to get a little bit of an interview now with Andy Clarke from Sky Sports. Do we have his microphone? It's a little bit airy-fairy, that, isn't it? We'll talk over it. Because that's what... Yeah, we'll talk over that. Gareth, this fight, we were just speaking to Spencer there a moment or two ago about how important it is to determine who the best are in Britain.
Look, the great thing is, and we spoke to Ben Shalom back on talkSPORT 2 earlier in the night, how important it is that they are making these fights between two of the best light heavyweights in the world who happen to be British. There's Callum Smith, Anthony Yard, all these guys need to get in the mix. The great thing is, they've got these two and they agreed to it. They know each other, they've been friends, they've sparred together. Dan Aziz, as we've all said, is probably one of the most improved boxers in British boxing, arguably the most in the last couple of years. He'll get the best out of Buatsi in a fight, because Buatsi needs a proper test at this level.
And they've just both addressed the crowd here at the AO Arena. It's a mouth-watering contest which is going to take place on the 21st of October. And fingers crossed, we'll be bringing you that here on talkSPORT. There you go, as Dan Aziz just D-mics and walks past us, and Joshua Buatsi decamps in the red corner. It kind of leads us nicely into our main event this evening, because our main event this evening is again a Battle of Britain. We're blessed to have many fantastic, talented fighters in various divisions all over the world of boxing. And tonight at middleweight, we've got two guys that have done it before. They provided us something quite special in January. And tonight they're going at it all again. But tonight, Spencer, it feels bigger. It feels like there's bigger ramifications on the fight this evening for the winner and for the loser.
Absolutely. Listen, there is bigger ramifications because the loser has got nowhere to go. The loser, the fight, the career is over. That's where they're at in their stages. And for their winner, there's massive rewards, huge rewards. You know, and I mean, could you imagine if Eubank turned this around and he pulled off the victory here? Then you get the rubber match. Then you get the trilogy. You know, that's an option. But look at this turnout that we've got in here to explain to our listeners. We've got 20,000. There is not an empty seat in this place. Everybody is up. Everybody is dancing. Everybody is singing. No one can wait for what is about to happen in the ring in the next 10 minutes or so, because no one really knows. It's one of those fights. You know, we are sitting here, we're buzzing. We saw how conclusive the first one was. We saw how easily Liam Smith worked it out and went through. We yet we still don't know.
When there's so much on the line like this for both men, and they're both proud boxing families, it really runs deep. This is really serious tonight. It's serious for the Eubank family, it's serious for the Smith family, and it's serious for Neil Diamond right now.
I've got to be honest, gentlemen, I'm incredibly disappointed. Last week, we were blessed with a bit of drum and bass in Poland, and now they've brought this back. I can tell that I'm back home, the karaoke's out and about, Neil Diamond's doing the rounds, which obviously insinuates that we're not too far away. And just to welcome me back home to Manchester, we've got a bit of oasis just to get the crowd rocking and rolling as well, Spence.
Absolutely. Have a look around. Just take a moment. Everybody is out of their seats. Their arms are up in the air. This place is electric, man. They have gone crazy. In fact, Catman, I think you're the only one that's not out of your seat.
Listen, I'm still high on the Usyk drum and bass scenario last week. If they put a little bit of Jason status on now, Sunshine, I'd be all over it, don't get me wrong. I like a bit of oasis, and I like this atmosphere as well. You can tell that this is a big fight. It has crossed over into the mainstream. It has connected with what we would class as the casual boxing fan, Gareth, because they're in their seats. They've been in the seats for the last hour, singing and getting ready for the main event.
Well, as I said earlier, Chris Eubank Jr is facing the metaphorical career abyss if he loses tonight. He has to come here, he has to reverse his fortunes. He's got Brian McIntyre, of the #1 pound-for-pound fighter, Terence Crawford. He's had him for a month. He must have turned the corner, must know he's got to be able to do it, but Smith is still the favourite. What an atmosphere.
The atmosphere is absolutely electric right now, as the crowd here at the AO Arena in Manchester are singing the dulcet tones of Noel Gallagher and the famous Mancunian's Oasis, and that Don't Look Back in Anger classic. Like I said, the who's who are in attendance this evening. Josh Kelly just walking behind my back. Amir Khan we've spoken to a little earlier on. If you're in the world of boxing, you've managed to snap for yourself a seat ringside tonight, because you just don't know what's going to happen. In January, maybe people did back Liam Smith. I had plenty of friends that did, but not a lot of them thought that he would be able to do it in the manner that he did it. Blasting away Chris Eubank Jr within 4 rounds. That's never happened to Eubank Jr before. Was it the weight cut? Did he underestimate his opponent? Is he done at this weight at 33 years of age? All that is going to be answered in the next half an hour to 45 minutes.
We're sitting here now in this musical cascade, in this atmosphere of pandemonium and chaos, and inside the minds of 2 men, Liam Smith and Chris Eubank Jr, the adrenaline is ticking, the slow walk to the ring, that lonely walk as they call it. We don't know what's going to happen tonight. We really don't, and it's fascinating. There's an air of intrigue about this event.
Mate, there absolutely is, but I'm just looking around, and this place has just lost it. They have gone, mate. Look at them. What an atmosphere. Only on the big fights will you get an atmosphere like this. Insane, that's all I can say.
Have we rocked up at Glastonbury? I think we have, haven't we? Look at them, they're milking it now. They've got Liam on. Oh, my days.
Mate, I'm done.
We're going out, son.
I've gone all in.
We're going out after this. Listen, in all seriousness, there are big ramifications for these guys tonight. Because if you win this fight tonight, either one of them, because of the landscape of this 160-pound division, we've got Liam Smith, who's currently ranked #2 with the WBO, #3 with the WBC. The guy above him is Gennady Golovkin. We don't know whether Golovkin's going to continue with what he's doing. There's genuine opportunity to fight for a world title again for him. And if you're Eubank, because of the name, you'll probably get the shot anyway.
Listen, 100%, the winner gets a world title shot. I'm sure the winner gets a world title shot. But this is where we're at with this fight and what it means in this fight. The loser has nowhere to go. He can't rebuild, he can't come back, because he hasn't got the time to do that. This is do or bust right now. It's a must-win for both guys.
Liam Smith as well, of course, still says that he can make 154. He's still ranked at 154 with the IBF and the WBA. Potential fights domestically with the likes of JJ Metcalf. Josh Kelly, who's just walked behind me. Don't forget Errol Spence Jr. is coming up to 154. He's going to want an opponent. There's big money on the line tonight. It's a thin line. And Manchester is absolutely ready to welcome these two gladiators to the ring. Liam Smith, 35 years of age. Chris Eubank Jr, 33 years of age. Not much in it between them. The reach advantage is with Chris Eubank Jr, but the confidence advantage is most certainly with Liam Smith. He knows that he can get to next gen. He knows that he can get to Chris Eubank Jr. He did it in January against all the odds, and tonight he is a 6-4 on favourite to win tonight's fight. And if you fancy a footer on him to do it once again by a knockout, you'll get 11-8. The odds are heavily stacked against Chris Eubank Jr. He has never been in this situation before. Yes, he's lost fights. Yes, he's lost at higher weight divisions, but he's never come off the back of an emphatic knockout defeat. How has that affected him psychologically? That's the big question. We're only going to find that out in the next 30 to 45 minutes. He can make the walk. I'm anticipating the swagger. I'm anticipating the flip over the top rope. All the pomp and ceremony that comes along with him will absolutely be alongside him as he makes his ring walk this evening. But when that first punch lands, how does he react? Wow, the atmosphere in here is going through the roof right now. The fans want to see a little bit of boxing, Gareth, and I think they're going to see it in a moment or two.
And they have to see substance over style from Chris Eubank tonight, because he has to make the adjustments and the changes against Liam Smith.
You can hear the decibels rising in the seats. The music has just changed, and the lights have changed as well within the AO Arena. We are ready to welcome these two gladiators once again. In January they dished up an emphatic finish. What are we going to get tonight? Is it repeat? Is it revenge? You are listening to Fight Night on talkSPORT. This is Smith versus Eubank Jr. 2. Trust them to play a second VT. Do you know what I mean? I practice, I absolutely nail it, and then they put another bit of video on.
It only adds to the drama, my friend.
Listen, 20,000 people in here want to see a scrap, man. They don't want to watch telly. Let's have it.
It all adds to the tension, the drama, and the ring walks. This is boxing. This is big fight night boxing at its very best. Everyone's starting to breathe in now, because everyone in here wants that ring walk. They're keeping us in suspense.
Listen, you know that these ring walks are going to be something else. They're iconic. Both of these guys have synonymous pieces of music that accompanies them whenever they walk to the ring. Eubank Jr. normally comes in to the dulcet sounds of Dr. Dre, and it's a dance music heaven from Liam Smith. Expect this arena to absolutely erupt this evening when both of these guys make the walk. Interesting, a little earlier on when both of these guys hit RBT screens, when the fans got to see him for the first time in the changing room, it was a big pop for Liam Smith, a few boos for Chris Eubank Jr. How are they going to react?
Ladies and gentlemen, the wait is over. This is your main event of the evening. In Manchester, we are sold out. Are you ready for the rematch? Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner, Chris Eubank Jr.
Dre ringing out around the AO Arena. He made us wait for a split second as the camera on the monitor was on Chris Eubank Jr.'s dressing room door, but now they can see him as he makes his way to the top of the ring walk tonight for probably the most important fight of his career. Dressed in green, gold and white, a steely looking Chris Eubank Jr. makes his way on his own now to the top of the ring walk, where he will be greeted by 20,000 mad screaming fans. You may have heard a second or two ago a little bit of a boo for Chris Eubank Jr. He is, as always, up against it. He knows that, but tonight's the night that he has to deliver if he wants some type of redemption and respect from the 20,000 people inside the arena this evening. We've, of course, seen him beaten before, outclassed by better boxers, but in January, for the very first time in his career, we saw serious frailty blasted away by a man who isn't notorious for blasting people away, and who isn't a fully blown middleweight. The ghost of that night hangs over Eubank Jr., even though he put it down to an illegal elbow. As he makes his way to the top of that ring walk now, and in a moment or two you will hear the reception from the crowd, whether it be positive or negative, for him as they get to see him for the very first time. Pyrotechnics kick off, and as you've just heard, it is boos to bring Chris Eubank Jr. to the AO Arena. To right the wrongs of that night back in January, he'll have to be at his very best tonight. He can't fight in short, flashy bursts, as Liam Smith won't allow him to. Remaining switched on for the full 3 minutes of every round is imperative if he is to get what he wants. His confidence, though, is absolutely unwavering. He absolutely loves the big occasion. He drinks in the boos, the cheers from the Manchester crowd. Camera phones aloft, filming the moment, capturing the unmistakable swagger, prowling towards the ring, oozing sartorial elegance. Will it still be there once the bell rings? It's all part of giving the crowd what they're paid to see. He takes a little moment, hands to an ear. He wants to hear them. He's soaking up the energy from the room. As with tradition, will he flip the top rope? He's asking the security guards to move out the way. And he lands on the canvas like a gymnast dismantling apparatus. The decibel levels increase. Welcoming there, not so hero. There's no turning back now. Whatever happens over the next 30 minutes or so is going to determine how these fans will remember Chris Eubank Jr., the boxer. It is legacy-defining stuff, and Manchester is the destination for it. As he peels off to the right-hand side of me into the blue corner, accompanied by his new trainer, Bomac, Brian McIntyre, who himself masterminded a fantastic victory recently for Terence Crawford over Errol Spence. Will he manage to do the same tonight for Chris Eubank Jr.? It is a big ask.
And his opponent from Liverpool, Liam Smith.
Very similar to Chris Eubank Jr., Liam Smith makes his walk from his dressing room His face now plastered across the monitors here at the AO Arena, accompanied by the unmistakable notes of Jamie Webster, a man notorious with Liverpool and Liverpool Football Club. It seems a little bit odd that we're in Manchester and this crowd are going wild for those of you at that music, but it is what it is. They've travelled down the M62 to welcome Liam Smith, their hero, to the AO Arena. He's draped in blue with silver and glitter along his shoulders, now left by his brothers to make his way to the top of the ring walk, where he'll be joined by them again in a moment. But the music of Jamie Webster will dip down as we start to head to Ibiza, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to shut up for a minute because I like this tune. Enjoy it. This crowd is about to take the roof off. For the noise, Smith just pausing for a moment backstage as the pyrotechnics kick off once again, and he is greeted by this 20,000 strong crowd at the AO Arena. The smile is as wide as the Mersey Tunnel as he stands at the top of the ring walk like a nightclub DJ orchestrating a rave with 20,000 revelers. And why shouldn't he smile? In this arena in January, Beefy delivered a moment that many didn't think possible. He moved up in weight and took out a man that has not been taken out before. That confidence has been seeping out of him all week, and never more so than right now. A win tonight, there's genuine conversation about Liam Smith fighting for a world title once more. He's still at the top of the ring walk, pausing, drinking in this energy, milking every single moment. As the hook of this song kicks off, he will no doubt make his way to the ring as the pyrotechnics kick off one more time. Here he comes, Liam Smith, walking down the ramp, heading towards the ring. The pressure on him this evening, even though you wouldn't imagine it right now, is even greater than it was before. He won't change his approach, there's no need. Beefy's silver hair glistening off the nightclub lights here at the AO Arena as he fist bumps every single fan on his way to the ring. Just making to my left-hand side, the crowd welcoming him to the centre stage of the AO Arena as he dips underneath the second rope, makes his way across to the neutral corner and then towards the red corner, where he's greeted by Joe McNally, his corner, and his brother, who's the chief second, Paul Smith. His other brothers, Callum and Stephen, also in attendance this evening. It's electric.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is your main event of the evening. Promoted by Ben Shalom and Boxer, in association with Wasserman Boxing. Live on Sky Sports Box Office and ESPN Plus. Scheduled for 12 3-minute rounds in the middleweight division. Brought to you by our headline partner, Bet365, and our official partners, Everlast, Wow Hydrate, Village Hotels, IFX Payments, and Workwear Express. Our supervisor in charge, Robert Smith. Our steward in charge, Robin Smith. Our timekeeper, Phil Morris. And our judge at ringside, Kieran McCann, Steve Gray, and Mark Lyson. And our referee in charge when the bell rings, Kevin Parker. So, Manchester, I need you all to get up out of your seats. Raise your drinks high and get wild. Let's meet the fighters. First, fighting out of the blue corner, wearing the green trunks with white and gold trim. He stands 5 feet 11 inches tall. He losses, with 23 wins coming by way of knockout. And he fights out of Brighton, England, introducing the former British IBO and WBA champion, ladies and gentlemen, Chris Eubank Jr. And his opponent, hiding out of the red corner, wearing the blue trunks with gold trim. He stands 5 feet 9 and 1/2 inches tall. He weighed in at 11 stone, 6 pounds. He comes to us with a professional record of 33 wins versus 3 losses and 1 draw, with 20 of those wins coming by way of knockout. And he fights out of Liverpool. Introducing the former British Commonwealth and WBO Super Welterweight Champion of the World, Liam Smith.
Gents, we've both been through the instructions in the dressing rooms. You know what I expect, a clean fight. Remember to obey my commands at all times. Above all, protect yourselves at all times. Touch gloves.
The touch gloves, buckle up, buttercups. This is the one that you've all been waiting for. Nearly 9 months on from the first meeting, we find ourselves in a repeat or revenge situation. Was January a fluke, or did it paint the blueprint for what's about to play out in part 2? Calling you through, Smith Eubank 2 on talkSPORT. It's Spencer Oliver, but first, John Rawling.
Thank you very much, and good evening wherever you are. This is the one we've been waiting for, and as you can hear, the atmosphere is simply electric. Taking a little bit of time for Bomac, the generously proportioned trainer of Chris Eubank, to get out of the ring right in front of me, which he does now. And now the first bell is away and the action begins. Who's going to start the faster? By common knowledge, I think most people thought that Liam Smith was going to make a faster start than he did last time around, and that he'd try and make Eubank quickly have reminders of the torrid end to that first fight when he was stopped in the 4th round. No punches thrown so far, and there's a clinch centre ring, and Smith trying to push Eubank back onto the ropes. The referee, relatively inexperienced referee, Kevin Parker, splits them, and the action underway once again. And still, 50 seconds into the fight, there's not been a meaningful punch landed as yet. Now Eubank does get inside and tries to throw a left hook. It was comfortably blocked by Smith, who was surprised how easy his victory was first time around. And he said to him, "You made the mistakes. You were the one who got nailed at the press conference." And Chris Eubank knows that one. He's been training for weeks over in Las Vegas with his new trainer and trying to go back to basics, to have a real team around him, a nutritionist to get him into the shape of his life. And it has to be said, he does look very much physically better than he did back in January. Really quiet opening half of this first round, Spencer.
Yeah, cautious start from both guys here, John, and you can expect that with what's on the line for these two in this contest. The winner goes on the box for a world title. The loser, I don't know where he goes.
Well, there were some people who thought that Eubank might unravel straight away the first time he was punched. He's not been punched as yet, and again there's an untidy maul, and the referee speaks to both lads, suggesting, come on, let's see some boxing in there. It's not a wrestling match, and it's quite a long speech that he's giving them. He didn't like the fact that they were just wrestling centre ring and no punches have been landed. Eubank tries to throw a flurry of punches, but they all miss. Smith with his gloves held high. Eubank goes in with a shoulder, tries to bring in a right uppercut, but again misses the target. And this time Smith ducks low under his armpits, and the referee has to split them again. 40 seconds to go in the opening round, and it's not really been a fight so far.
No, as we expected, Smith coming high, coming in with his hands out, held high. Eubank trying to box on the outside, a little bit rough in there at the moment, a little bit. Both guys not settled down as we speak.
Last 20 seconds of the opening round, and Eubank again gets in and clasps hold of Liam Smith, and Smith backs away, centre ring. And we've had a round here, and trust me, I'm not exaggerating, there's been barely a meaningful punch landed. Body shot in there from Smith as Eubank right into his face for yet another maul. And how on earth do you score that? Well, I don't believe you can.
It was a difficult round to score there, if I'm totally honest. Eubank probably stole it just on the better work of the two. Smith didn't really get into that one. Eubank done what he wanted to do. He wanted to get through the round. That was most important. He got in there, Smith was coming forward, held his hands high, and Eubank was having some success with the jabs on the outside. But you're right in what you say, John. That was a really, really tough round to score, because neither guy settled into that. Neither guy got off with any sort of short shots at all. As expected with a fight of this magnitude, with what's on the line, I'm expecting them to settle down now. That first round's out of the way.
Just about to go into the second round then now of our main event here in Manchester, in this huge arena. Liam Smith against Chris Eubank, repeat or revenge. And Spencer very hesitantly has just about edged that opening round to Chris Eubank. We go now into the second. Big time boxing for you on talkSPORT. And there really is that big feel about this as Smith falls short with an attempted body shot and then tries to throw out a jab, and again is short of the target. Still no proper punches from either fighter, and again a maul, and the referee splits them. Tense it is. You know that sooner or later the punches will start to fly and the action is going to warm up. Eubank tries to jab to the body. Smith blocks it easily, and then Eubank short of the target with another attempted left-hand lead, and he misses with a hook as he comes off it. Another jab from Eubank, taken on the gloves by Smith, who tries to bully Eubank around back into his own corner, right in front of him, and Smith is only too happy to turn this one seemingly into something of a barroom brawl.
Yeah, he's trying to turn it into a dogfight in there. Eubank gets off with a nice 1-2 left hook. Smith blocks the shots well as they both trade in the centre of the ring. Very rough in there at the moment.
Referee speaks to them again as he splits them. He's been a busy man so far as Kevin Parker. Eubank throws another left lead. Tries to double up and bring a right uppercut in as well, and all of those punches were blocked by Smith, who's just walking Eubank down, tries to throw a jab of his own, and he's met simultaneously by a jab from Eubank.
Eubank seems to have settled into this now. He's finding the rhythm. He's got through a couple of jabs and sneaked the right uppercuts through as well. Eubank is the first one, seems to have settled into any sort of rhythm here.
This is what he did in the first fight, though. In the early stages, Eubank was the man who looked as though he was the superior boxer, and he looked as though he was the man who was going to start really moving clear. Had that terrific uppercut in the third round, but then it all unravelled in the fourth, and Smith still has not really come out of his shell at all. Feints to throw the right hand, doesn't do so. Eubank doubles up on the jab. He's content just to peck away with that left-hand lead, trying to keep a tight defence.
Yeah, good work though from Eubank. Smith trying to pin Eubank on the rope, still trying to rough Eubanks up. What Smith is doing is, like you said, John, in that first contest, he gives those first couple of rounds away. He's looking for openings, trying to set traps, seeing if Eubanks will switch off at all. But Eubank is doing a good job of staying focused at the moment.
Eubank, the only one who's really doing anything at the moment, but he's not landed any great punches of note. Another couple taken on the gloves by Smith, who feints to throw one of his own, thinks better of it, and he's effectively given a couple of rounds away. Eubank pushes Smith to the ground. The crowd go mad. The referee instantly says no knockdown. Well, this is kind of the peace before the storm, I think, Adam.
It is. I think Chris is actually doing his best to spoil it at the moment. I think he wants it long. He doesn't want it at short to mid-range, and when it does get short to mid-range, he's grabbing on. For people that have not, or obviously will listen to this and not watching this, think long to call him. Jab hold, jab hold. That's what he's trying to do at this moment in time to spoil the fight.
Nothing wrong with it tactically, because last time he was winning the rounds from range, and he didn't clinch like this. It will frustrate Liam Smith. You can see it already. It's a fascinating start to the fight. I've given both rounds to Chris Eubank Jr. What we have to be careful of is he goes not to sleep, but he has rests in fights after 2 or 3 more rounds. But it's fascinating.
Absolutely.
Yeah, but he can't afford to switch off. He's got to stay switched on 3 minutes of each round. 2 rounds gone. 2 rounds to Eubank.
And we go now into the third. You're listening to Fight Night Live on talkSPORT in partnership with William Hill. It's who you play with. And are we going to have an epic confrontation here? Eubank trying to let his punches go, but Smith again blocks them expertly, keeping that high guard. He's waiting for mistakes. Smith tries to throw an overhand right. Eubank saw it coming and confidently slips inside. Flicks out another left-hand lead, Eubank. And he's looking as though he's the one with the superior hand speed, as you might expect. But he said this week he's under so much pressure, both physically and mentally. Good uppercut in there from Eubank. Tried to throw a left hook as well. And Smith nods at him as much as to say, that's more like it. Come on, throw some punches. Open up, go for me.
But I'll tell you what, this is good work from Eubank. He slipped into a nice little rhythm. He started to get off with the shots, and Smith just doesn't seem quite right in there at the moment. He's coming forward, lands a good right hand there, but the legs look a little disjointed at the moment from Liam Smith. Doesn't seem to have settled into this one.
Well, we will see. Still early stages, of course, and yet another big maul between the two of them, and the referee splits them once more, tells the Smith corner to keep the noise down. A word there for Joe McNally, his trainer, just 38 years old, Joe, and what a great moment it is for him with Liam Smith in there. But this is good from Eubank. Good blurring hand speed and variety of punches, throwing uppercuts and crosses. Eubank dominating at this stage. Nothing so far from Smith. Tries to throw a jab again, which was blocked easily by Eubank, who's moving backwards and trying to use his extra mobility. Good right hand, though, from Smith, and Eubank takes it. It was only a glancing blow, but it was a fast right hand, and Smith showed the danger.
Yeah, that's where Smith's most dangerous, when he's under pressure, when the shots are coming at him. There's a nice fluidity about Eubank's work. He's working well, putting the shots together and threes and fours, whipping in the uppercuts. But Smith looks dangerous with that right hand. Good body shot went in there, by the way, from Chris Eubank.
Yeah, good hand speed again, and good combinations from Eubank Jr. No longer quite so junior. He's heading up to his 34th birthday. We're going to be going into the corner at the end of this round in about 25 seconds time, and hearing what sort of advice he's getting from his American trainer Bomack. Lovely to see as well Ronnie Davis, who was the trainer for Chris Eubank Sr. all those years ago, and he's still in the corner and looking instantly recognisable as the man who guided Chris Eubank Sr. through those great days. Last few seconds of the round, and there's no punches landed of note as I say that. It was definitely a Eubank round again. He's probably 3 up now, and let's listen into the corner.
You're doing fucking great. That's lean back on you. You don't have to watch. Okay. Hey, put your neck up. Put your nose. So put the thing behind your neck. Get your heart rate down. All right. Hey, don't let him. Water, immediately. Where's water first? Hey, don't let him steal the round at the end. Okay. When you hear that 30 seconds, no, he gonna try to come too. Okay. Keep boxing the way you boxing. You boxing fucking great. You got to keep the left hand up. You got to keep stepping around. Okay. He get them hands up and you throw letting the shots go to the body. Okay, you're doing fucking great. Doing fucking.
Well, I think we get the message from the corner, and apologies if you're offended by the profanities in there, but I think we can take it as read that he thinks he's doing great.
Yeah, absolutely. Listen, they seem very happy with that. He's got a game plan. They've come, and Chris is staying switched on. Lands a good uppercut. As I say that, Liam Smith comes forward, hands high. Barrage of punches from Chris. Fast start here in the 4th round.
Smith trying to get punches off in a clinch in centre ring. One came round the back of the head, and the referee says, listen to me when I say break, which he did, and they do, and the action underway again. Oh, good shot from Eubank. Smith goes down. It was a right hand, the right uppercut. Brilliant shot from Eubank. And is that the moment? Is that the moment in the 4th round? It was in the 4th round before when Eubank disintegrated, and Smith's gun shield has come out rather, and it's giving him a few seconds extra to recover. Boos and jeers from the crowd, but that is a massive moment for Chris Eubank Jr. Had him on the ground. Smith will have recovered, he's had time, and now Eubank will go in there looking maybe to try and finish it here in the 4th round. It is all at the moment going absolutely to plan. 2 more big right uppercuts from Eubank and a left hook to the head. Smith takes them all. Smith covers up, is caught by another uppercut. Only a glancing blow this time from Eubank, and it's all Eubank who's going through the gears and producing some tremendous fortune in the opening minute or so of this 4th round. He's throwing some fabulous combinations.
Yeah, huge round here from Eubank. The right uppercut especially is effective. He put Liam Smith down, he was gone, he was in bad trouble. The referee bought him some time, the gum shield come out. Now Eubank back into a rhythm, works the jab well, flicks it to the head. Liam Smith still looking rattled in there as the left hooks go in.
Paul Smith, Liam's older brother, good fighter himself, of course, in his day. He's bellowing advice, and Eubank catches Smith again, and Smith nods and says, come on then, come on, let's have a tear up, go for it. Eubank not being suckered in though. He waits, he measures his attack, he waits for the opportunity, throws a left jab towards the body. Smith keeping his gloves up, waiting for Eubank to commit himself. Has Eubank perhaps put too much in early here? Is he going to be able to maintain this sort of tempo through 12 rounds? Smith so far has not come close to winning a round. Eubank again forces him back onto the ropes, left hand and a jab and another, and a right cross on the back of it. 30 seconds to go in the 4th round, and Smith waiting patiently for the opportunity. But my goodness, doesn't he need one? He needs a big punch now from somewhere.
I tell you what, John, he's looking unsteady in there at the moment, Liam Smith. He's not recovered from that knockdown. He's kicking the legs out. The legs are still not with him. It's like he's walking through treacle in there at the moment. Eubank in complete control here at the end of the 4th round.
Massive round this one for Eubank. It's going to go down at 10-8 on the judges' cards, and he's unloading again in the seconds up to the bell, and that was another outstanding round for Chris Eubank Jr. Adam and Gareth with their take on it.
He's absolutely lighting the place up. He looks absolutely fantastic. So poised, so calm, cool, collected, not getting dragged in. Going to be honest, not happy that Liam Smith got an extra 10 to 15 seconds there off the back of that knockdown, with the referee's inexperience that you highlighted, Gareth, at the start of this fight.
But he used the old pro's trick, didn't he, of spitting out his gum shield.
Well, I think he knocked it out of his mouth.
Yeah, but as he was hurt by that right uppercut, he genuflected.
He's knocked it. I'm just looking at the monitor now.
He did knock it out.
He's knocked it clean out, yeah.
But the referee should have got the gum shield back
straight in.
He had 30 seconds almost to recover there. I think Eubank has got to be patient. He is roasting him anyway.
Keep doing what you're doing. Don't get dragged in.
What he was doing. How weird is one night a different fight? So strange.
It's captivating.
It's why we love boxing. And don't forget to tune into Virgin Radio, home of Chris Evans, Graham Norton and Ricky Wilson. For the best new music, meanwhile, this is Smith and Eubank Jr. on Fight Night Live on talkSPORT. And Eubank has had his man down in the 4th round. That would be a 10-8 round. And he's going looking for Smith again now in the 5th. He knows he's stunned him with another big right hand. Left from Smith, look low. And Eubank's unloading with glaring hand speed. Hot, big headshots. Referee's having a close look. He doesn't want Smith to be taking too much, but Smith is bobbing and weaving, and he's avoiding some of these punches, although the crowd, particularly in the bleachers, are going absolutely ballistic here, because it's looking as though Eubank is poised for victory. Big body shot from Eubank. Must have landed 40 or 50 punches already in this round, and we're not through the first minute. The Liverpool fans are trying to rouse Liam Smith, who's still in there. But what a start to the round from Eubank.
Massive start for the round from Eubank, and he's got to be careful he hasn't blown a gasket here, because Liam Smith weathered the storm. He was under incredible pressure. Eubank was getting through with some big shots, but now he's blowing. He's taking some deep breaths. Can Smith capitalise on this? The legs look unsteady from Smith. Drama here in this fifth round.
Moving towards the halfway stage. Eubank, if you're just joining us, where on earth have you been? Eubank's taken the first 4 rounds, and he had his man down in the 4th with a terrific right uppercut. Now in the 5th, he's dominated the first part of this round, but he's having to bite onto his gun shield now and try and withstand what is surely going to be a rally now from Smith, who's trying to push Eubank back on the far side of the ring. Got a right hand into the jaw of Eubank, who comes in a little bit uncomfortably, and Smith catches him as he does so, and the Smith corner, almost for the first time, really starting to get excited. They sense maybe that Eubank, to an extent at this point in the fight, has just punched himself out a little.
Yeah, he needs a little second wind here, Eubank. Can Liam Smith capitalise on that? He stands in front of us, hands held high. Eubank looking for the opening for that uppercut. Smith not letting his hands go though. Has he recovered? Have the legs recovered? Like I say, drama here.
Well, Eubank absolutely threw the kitchen sink at Smith, but he's not been able to get him out of there, and Smith is still in there, and Eubank now has to keep his shape, has to keep his composure. Smith walking him down again, and once more there's a clinch, as Eubank this time is the one who is holding on. There's a bit of use of the head from Smith. Moving into the last 10 seconds of the 5th round. We're going to be going into the Smith corner and hear what sort of advice he's getting at the end of this. Smith misses with another big, wild overhand right hand, and that, by dint of that tremendous start to the round, has to be another 10-9 round for Eubank.
Deep breaths, kid, deep breaths. Come on, kick your legs out for me. How your legs feeling? How your legs feeling?
Deep, you hear me? Are you here?
Listen, can you're listening to me, right? All he's been,
He
the
punched
punch out,
himself
but that
out.
was fantastic. He's worked, he's done a lot of mustard there. Everything, he's tried to get you out of there. Well, listen, you're letting him claim you. When you're inside, I need you to bang away, kid. Just take that half a step back and punch going back. Do you get me? When he's trying to hold, punch going back, shooting the jab, more trigger punch, but relax. I need you to fucking relax and let it flow. Okay, okay? Okay, here, look. Stay smart. Don't you get bang bang watching. More combinations. But don't let him walk you into anything. He wants to go.
Shit!
One stage, I think he was worried that Liam was just not listening to him. Now we go into the next round, the 6th, and everything so far is in Eubank's favour, but Smith is still in there, and we know how tough he is, and we know how dangerous he can be.
Yeah, absolutely. This is where Smith now has to bite down on his gum shield. He's got to turn it around, use all his experience. As I say that, Eubank lands another body shot that bends Smith over. Uppercut goes in as well.
One of them looked as though it was right on the waistline, but Eubank unloading again, and Smith looking a bit unsteady as he backs away. Eubank commanding centre ring. Gloves held low now, that left hand's low. Has Smith got the confidence? Has he got the speed to try and throw a right hand and capitalise? Nothing so far, and Eubank again. Good hand speed, good combination. Right, left, right, and Smith has to give ground again. Well, this has so far been one-sided beyond anything which anybody, I think, too far outside the Eubank camp could have anticipated.
Yeah, Eubank completely dominating right from the opening bell. As I say that, Smith lands a right hand. The crowd try and get behind him, but there's an unsteady look on Liam Smith's legs there as he walks straight into a solid left jab. Yep, unsteady look for me.
He's taken a lot of punches as Liam Smith. He's got his gloves up high, still waiting for Eubank to commit himself, looking for that opportunity to land the one big shot to get himself back into this contest. But it just isn't coming now. He throws a left jab, short of the target. Eubank, who looks physically the bigger man in there tonight, looks bigger, looks stronger, looks more mobile, looks more athletic, and looks as though he has a game plan which is reaping dividends. Smith feints to throw a right hand, thinks better of it. Eubank backing away, throws a classy left-hand lead, which rocks back the head of Smith, who comes in and now at last does try to mount an attack of his own, but Eubank does well to tie him up.
John, you touched something there. Eubank does look physically the bigger of the two. Smith's really struggled to get going in this one. Eubank's found a rhythm as they tie up again. Things getting messy here in the 6th round, but you just feel that Chris Eubank is controlling the pace of this contest.
Well, it would be an extraordinary turnaround now if Smith were to be able to get back here. Although a lot of people who've been going for predictions and looking to have a bet and thought that maybe Smith by stoppage later in the fight would be what could happen, but somehow Eubank's going to have to unravel massively from here. Throws a solid right hand, Eubank, and a left jab. Smith feints to throw a right and ducks to his left and then aims a left jab and makes Eubank miss with the right hand counter, and that's by a distance for me another round for Chris Eubank. Here's Gareth from First Adam.
He's absolutely peppering him. In that round there, he was absolutely magnificent on the jab. He used a lot of ring generalship. He used his brain. In recent times, we've seen Chris Eubank Jr. get dragged into stuff that he doesn't need to get dragged involved in. We said at the start, Gareth, stay switched on, 3-minute rounds. So far, so good for Chris Eubank Jr.
After 6 rounds, I've got it 60-53 for Chris Eubank. And, you know, the thing is about him, this is the time in the fight. If there is a worry,
this is when he gets
too relaxed.
Yeah, you're right.
He goes for a walk around. I think he should be getting on Liam Smith and stopping him, frankly, because Liam Smith is a special fighter. I know he's not in it at the moment, but if we start to get to the championship rounds, he's very, very dangerous. Because we've seen Eubank knocked out before, it stays in your mind, doesn't it?
We've only ever seen Canelo really wipe out Liam Smith, and that was an absolutely peak Canelo Alvarez. And Eubank now is looking to do likewise. Everything going his way in the first 6 rounds. We're into the second half of the fight now. We're into the 7th. Eubank walking him down, throws a jab and another one, aims a right uppercut, but it was just a bit telegraphed, and Smith was able to lean back and let it go through thin air. Eubank, 2 more jabs taken on the gloves by Smith. Smith will be dangerous. He's so tough. He trades on his toughness. And he'll, if he's still there after 9-10 rounds, to underline what the guys just said, he will be dangerous.
Yeah, big body shot went in there. Liam Smith felt that. He saw the elbow come down. These shots are hurting Liam Smith now. He's slowly, systematically getting breaking up in here by the bigger, better Chris Eubank at the moment.
This has been a rejuvenated Chris Eubank. This has been a Chris Eubank who many people thought had been consigned to history, but he's fought with real conviction so far tonight. And is he, with these body shots, starting to take a toll on Smith and maybe getting Smith to unravel in the way that Eubank did in the previous fight? We're now in the 7th round, and Eubank, if you're just joining us, has done just about everything right so far. Had his man down in the 4th round and has dominated virtually every minute of the fight. Throws another attempted body shot, right hand into the body of Smith, who holds on, tries to throw an uppercut inside, but is caught again by right hand and a body shot.
I'll tell you what, there's not a lot left here from Liam Smith. I can see that. He's starting to get hurt. He's trying to push forward. Actually, he's not pushing forward. He's now holding his feet a little bit, and Eubank is the one that is starting to get thrown. Big body shots. Smith, I think, is going to have the wrong.
He's caught him with the left hand. Eubank and Smith looked a little bit disconsolate as he staggered backwards. Now he's got his gloves up high again, but Eubank in there will have known every moment of that, and he'll have seen that his man was weakened and is weakened, and is now looking as though he could be ready to be taken out of there. 30 seconds Smith has got to survive in this 7th round. 2 jabs from Eubank, then he tries to throw the right over the cross. Smith somehow manages to block it. Eubank beats him through the guard with another jab into the now bruised and reddening forehead of Smith. Good uppercut from Eubank. Smith sinks back towards the ropes on the far side of the ring. Is he going to be able to see it through to the bell to end this round? Another big right hand from Eubank, and another. Smith throws a left counter, but Eubank absolutely dominant, and he taunts Smith as he goes back to his corner and says something to him, as much as to say, that's what it's about.
There's a desperate look about Liam Smith at the end of that round. He was taking massive shots. He slumped down on his chair. I'm concerned here. He's not got a lot left here. Eubank was in control. It all started from a big right uppercut. Just seemed to dip the legs. And I've said this from the opening bell, by the way. Liam Smith's legs have not been right since he first come out. The coordination's all wrong. The legs were shaking when they were standing still. There was something definitely wrong with his legs.
There is the condition now coming in from Chris Eubank Jr.'s corner that he needs to go after Liam Smith and stop him. I think this is probably the round, John. He's so dominant. He virtually stopped him in the last round. That left to the body nearly bent Smith over double.
The live boxing keeps on coming here at talkSPORT, September 23. We're at Wembley for the heavyweight rematch. Zhilei Zhang against Joyce. talkSPORT, the home of boxing, and now Eubank is looking to finish this and make it a night to remember for the great old fight name of Eubank. I'm sure that father somewhere will be watching this, and he'll be proud with what his son is doing. A couple of jabs, then a jab comes back from Smith, and another one. It's better from the Liverpudlian man, but he's way, way behind on the scorecards. And how much has he got left in the tank? Good jab from Eubank, tried to follow up with a right cross over the top, and just missed.
Yeah, there's something definitely wrong here with Liam Smith's legs. The coordination is totally gone. And there is a real problem there. Eubank slamming the jab out, comes through with a hook, right hand as well. All Eubank here in this 8th round. But I am concerned about Liam Smith's legs.
The knockdown in the 4th round certainly took a toll as well, and he's not been the same Liam Smith that we've seen in the past, but this has been a really top-class performance from Chris Eubank so far. Smith staggers back a little bit stiff-legged and waits for Eubank to commit himself. Eubank comes forward, big left to the body. Good shot again from Eubank, who's looking in control totally here. Another couple of jabs, and Smith, nothing coming back from him other than bravery and a will to stay in there, a will to try and find something somewhere.
Yeah, he really is in desperate trouble here, Liam Smith. Like I say, Eubank in control, working everything behind the jab. Right hand goes in. Smith felt that one as well. He's starting to mark up. The legs are still not with him, guys. I've got to say, his legs are all over the place.
Smith comes in with a left-hand lead, does find the target, the bearded chin of Chris Eubank Jr. Eubank Jr., though, back on the jab. Couple land, then he misses with a right uppercut. I'll give it a preemptive apology for any language we might hear between rounds next time, because we're going to go into the Smith corner, and they are reaching desperation point now, I'm sure. So if there's a few choice words in there, you kind of understand the emotion. Eubank with his back to us, right in front of us, just waiting for Smith to commit himself this time, and perhaps inevitably Eubank has just taken his foot off the gas just a wee bit in this round, and you'd sense that maybe it's taken just a little bit of a breather as Eubank turns his man onto the ropes. And Smith still in there, still battling, still trying to look for the opening as we move into the last 10 seconds of the round. Eubank misses with a big left hand, but doesn't miss with the right hand over the top. And Smith was bullied back, and that's another round for Eubank, no question about it. Joe McNally is the trainer. We'll be hearing from him in a moment in that Smith corner.
Champ, Liam, I want you to feint. I want that a feint jab, 1-2, and then slide in again. 1-2, but I just need you to punch in combinations, kid. He's dropping his hands real long, but stay small with it, okay? Feint, make him go, make him commit the jab. 1-2, stay low, then slide in again. Once you're inside, I want you to take an angle either way and punch to the body. Stop staying in front of the kid. Have a big feint.
Beefy, you gotta fucking work, man. You're not letting your hands go. Are you okay?
Come on, round 9. Come on. Come on. Listen. You're switching off and you're just letting them counter. Get that right hand going.
The quieter voice at the end you heard is that of Paul Smith, trying to rally his man, just trying to get him into another level in the time which is remaining. And every round so far has surely gone to Chris Eubank Jr.
Yeah, absolutely. Eubank Jr. has won everything here, and they really had to pick Joe McNally, had to pick Liam Smith up to get him out of the corner there. I'm not sure there's a lot of fight left in Liam Smith. He looked down, his head was down. I know what that feels like in a corner. When your head's down, that is a tough place to be.
Crunching body shots from Eubank and the uppercut. And now just holding on gamely is Smith, but everything there, the power shots, the damage, came from Eubank. Quality work again. This has to go down as a very fine performance thus far from Eubank. I don't think too many people thought he was capable of producing this now. Maybe he did. He said he was going to, and he certainly has done. Smith, flat-footed, trying to walk him into his corner, walk Eubank into his corner, right in front of us. Eubank fakes to throw the right hand. His gloves are low, as you heard in the Smith corner. They're looking for Smith to throw 1-2s, throw combinations, to make the most of that when the opportunity arises, but he's not quick enough to do it.
The pressure has gone now from Liam Smith. He's standing in front of Chris Eubank, but he's not making him work. He's not doing enough here. He needs to close the gap. He needs to get inside close. He needs to let those right hands go over the top, like the one that just missed there. But Eubank still in control here in this 9th round.
Yeah, Smith wound up with a massive right hand there, but it was from so far back. Eubank saw it coming all the way and was able to take easy evasive action. Good right hand from Eubank. Smith bravely comes forward again, but every time he does so, he's absorbing yet more punches from Eubank, and it's starting to get uncomfortable viewing in there. Bit of a protest from Eubank that Smith is using the head and holding him around the back of his head in that clinch which they just separated from. Into the final minutes of the 9th round. Everything, but everything, to Chris Eubank Jr. to this point.
Yeah, dominant round again here from Eubank. 2 left uppercuts going, sent the sweat spraying from Smith's head. Smith gamely tries to push forward, but it's all Eubank in there at the moment.
Eubank managed to avoid a fast attempt at left-right combination from Smith, and now it's Eubank onto the attack again. Body shots, switching attack from body to head. Big right hand, and I think Smith looks as though he's on the point of maybe physically accepting the fact that he's had enough. 10 seconds to go in this 9th round. Smith stayed upright despite absorbing a massive right cross to the side of the head, and there was a little smile from him as he did so. And Eubank knows that he's in with a very tough guy, but he also knows that he is doing everything right.
Well, that's exactly what he is. He's tough here, Liam Smith, and he's showing a lot of courage. But you can see the swollenness on his eye here. Eubank having massive success in that round, especially with that right hand, getting through with those uppercuts. I'm not sure he's going to come out even here, Liam Smith.
That's the question right now. Should the corner be pulling him out? I've got it 90 to 80 after 9 rounds.
Listen,
he's so beaten up. maybe the corner should be making that decision right now.
They're judging this on reputation right now. Liam Smith is a very, very hard man. He's been to the well on many, many occasions. But you've got to judge it on what you're currently seeing. He is getting peppered. He's getting taken to school by Chris Eubank Jr. That is a serious question that needs to be asked in the corner right now.
They're being too brave for him. They're being too brave for him.
Well, Smith comes out again as we move into the 10th round and looked a little bit unsteady as he got up off his stool. And Eubank, I think he'd probably reached the point where he can't believe that Smith's still there in front of him. Yep. Oh, and he almost goes down, almost slips down, a punch to the body, but the referee says not so, although a glove came very close to going down. That was Smith, and now he absorbs more punches. A couple of big body shots and an uppercut and another body shot. Somehow he stays in there and holds on.
He's in desperate trouble here, John. The referee needs to seriously take a close look at this. His legs have totally gone. Eubank piling on the pressure. Smith goes back to the ropes. The referee needs to take a serious look here because Smith has all but blown a gasket. Nothing left here. The referee's looking close.
And now he's unloading again, Eubank. Smith bravely throws a punch back off the ropes, but he goes bundled down by the cumulative effect of the punches from Eubank. The count's at 6, at 7, and he looks at the referee. Now the referee's got to make a decision here. Is he going to say enough is enough? No, he isn't. And Eubank comes forward again, looking to finish him now. He's had Smith down twice, and now here in this 10th round, he's poised for the great revenge he dreamt of and planned and worked towards. And Smith, with his eyes bruised, breathing heavily, holding on, and nothing more than desperation and bravery keeping him in there. He's a target, a moving target, and massive punches coming in again from Eubank, and the referee stopped it. It's all over. It is all over, and Eubank has his revenge. It produces, maybe for him, the perfect performance, and probably one of the performances of his career. Celebrations in there. Bomac, his big American trainer, he's in there. Calisal as well came rushing in to congratulate him. And Chris Eubank Jr., having been in the darkest of despair back in January, has been turned around. And he has produced a fabulous performance tonight. I hold my hands up and say I didn't think he was capable of doing that, but he did, and my goodness, what style right the way through.
Yeah, but the big question was, what did Eubank have left? Was there a punch resistance? Had it left him? Had Father Time caught up with him? Or was it that he'd just outgrown 160 pounds? They were all the questions, and the demons of the last fight, getting knocked out in the manner that he got knocked out in that 4th round. But what he done was, he showed us that he can adjust, he can adapt, and he can come in with a game plan, going to America, teaming up with Bomac, Brian McIntyre, and seeing them come with a game plan. I asked him, what do you do? Go back to basics, stay switched on, 3 minutes for each round, and that's what he done. Uppercut was key there. Liam Smith didn't seem right for rounds. Credit where credit's due. He hung in there, but what a performance from Chris Eubank Jr.
Do you know what's amazing? I thought we were going to see this from Eubank in the very first fight. Why did it take him being knocked on his backside and being almost knocked out for him to learn what he needed to do? His adjustments were extraordinary tonight. What I will say, though, is Liam Smith looked every bit of his 35 years tonight, and Eubank made him look like that. Spence.
Yeah, absolutely. Listen, what happens when a fighter, sometimes a fighter overtrains, sometimes a fighter just doesn't turn up on the night. Doesn't matter that you've done all the training. Eubank, clearly, that's what happened to him.
Did he look world class tonight?
Tonight he looked world class.
I thought he did world
class.
He moaned about the towel being thrown in, didn't he, last time? Well, he's throwing towels out in all directions into the crowd, and to say he's a happy man right now is one of the great understatements. So far as Liam Smith's concerned, there is just a bit of a nagging question to me. Was the corner a little bit too brave?
But maybe he had his off night tonight. You know, you don't know. I mean, he is 35 years old. They're going to have to really think about it. But, you know, It was the first fight was dominant for Liam Smith through a stoppage. Chris Eubank's just dominated him over almost 10 rounds.
Trilogy. Yeah, but
I don't know, actually. They really need to think carefully about
guys,
it for Liam.
we have to ask that we have to raise a concern about Liam Smith's legs, his ankles. Every round he got up, he was flipping out on his ankles. He was not steady on his legs. His legs are his foundation, and there was something wrong there. I want to look further into that because there was something definitely wrong.
I think there's an argument about when he was knocked to the ground and he genuflected on one knee, he might well have been injured during
that. It was before
even
that.
before.
I spotted it earlier. I spotted it when he first came out. The first clinch they went in, his legs were shaking. He kept buckling on the outside of his feet. There's definitely a problem there somewhere, and he's doing it now as we speak.
Bomac is a bit of a man of the moment, isn't he? I think when you get the opportunity to speak, Gareth, I'd love to hear a bit from the big trainer, you know, because I mean, what a few weeks he's had. Crawford first of all, and then the fantastic win here. What a moment he's had.
And we're
really has been extraordinary.
And we're talking, John, masterclasses. We're talking one-sided masterclasses of what Bomac has managed to initiate over the last couple of weeks with Terence Crawford and obviously Errol Spence Jr. And then what we've seen tonight in a complete role reversal of what happened in January. That truly was sensational from Chris Eubank Jr. Just regarding the ankle thing, Spence, Smith does that a lot in a lot of fights. He rolls his ankles. I don't know what it is. It's a tick or it's something that he does. He rolls his ankles a lot during fights.
But did you think that he looked unsteady? The coordination wasn't there. But let's get the official announcement.
Ladies and gentlemen, referee Kevin Parker calls a stop to this contest at 1 minute 45 seconds of round number 10, declaring your winner by TKO, Chris Eubank Jr.
Chris Eubank Jr. gets the job done with a 10th round TKO, and that doesn't even tell the story of this fight. It was a masterclass. It was a schooling. It was a one-sided beatdown from start to finish. He put Liam Smith down in the 5th round. He put him down once again in the 10th round. He was absolutely outstanding. He didn't rush his work. He put the combinations together. I thought the first 2 rounds, Spence, he looked a touch nervous. That jab hold technique that he was going for, maybe just to find his rhythm and his range. But from the 3rd round onwards, where he got his jab going, he got his combinations going, uppercuts, long right hands, he just couldn't miss. And I don't want to take anything away from that performance, because that is the best we have ever seen Chris Eubank Jr. He was top class tonight.
That was an absolutely one-sided beatdown. Credit where credit's due. With all the demons that he had to go into that ring with from that beatdown that he got in the first contest, credit where credit's due. He showed that he can turn it around, he can put everything aside, go with a game plan, and he's done it right tonight. Career best performance from Chris Eubank Jr. What a performance.
It truly was sensational. If you're just joining us here on talkSPORT, you're listening to Fight Night Live. We're at the AO Arena in Manchester. I'm Adam Cattrall, Spencer Oliver, John Rolling alongside me. Gareth A. Davis is out and about with his microphone right now, attempting to get into the ring and hopefully get a few conversations. Let's do it. Let's get to Gareth A. Davis. He's on the ring apron right now.
I am indeed. I am with the oldest man in the room. Ronnie Davis, how do you feel tonight about that? What a performance.
He was great, yeah, I'm really pleased with him. He done the weight right this time. He was lovely and strong. Smith was always dangerous, but he just beat him up, didn't he?
He beat him up every round, every minute of every round, Ronnie.
I thought he was brilliant.
Do you think he listened finally? You held him as a baby, yeah? 33 years ago. What does it mean to you tonight to see him lose the last time and then come back in such a staggeringly brilliant manner?
Yeah, it's great. A great feeling for me, of course it is. Yeah, I'm over the moon for the kid.
Should there be a trilogy or not?
No, we got badly beat. I think that fight should finish Smith's career. I think they finished Smith's career.
Do you think Chris is going to go on and become a world champion?
Yes.
Have you always felt that?
I've always felt that. He's always had that, but sometimes he don't do it right, does he? Don't listen. Maybe he did this time. It certainly pulls it off so nicely.
We'll catch up with Brian McIntyre in a minute as well. Thank you, Ronnie. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Let's walk along that apron if you can, Gareth, and let's see if we can get anywhere near Bomac, because that truly was a masterclass that we just witnessed there from Chris Eubank Jr. He is, of course, addressing the crowd right now here at the AO Arena. He's just on the loudspeaker right now. We're going to try and get Bomac on the radio. He's just alongside us right now. Give him a microphone. Mr. McIntyre, I know you can hear me. Just get a microphone in your face, my friend. The man of the moment. In the last couple of weeks, you have masterminded an absolute double masterclass. One from Terence, one from Chris. Talk me through that from start to finish, sir, because that was pretty special.
Well, I will tell you this, man. You got to have a game plan when you go into the fight. And so the game plan was, like I was telling everybody, it's just one-on-one boxing. Staying off the fucking ropes, keeping his left hand up, and just boxing him. Boxing him, and watch out for his right hand.
Bomac, I asked you when we spoke on Wednesday, I said to you, what's the game plan? What do you do? What do you adjust in such a short space of time? You said to me, Spence, it's simple. We go back to basics. Right. We stay switched on 3 minutes of each round, and that's basically what you've done.
Exactly. That's the thing we're supposed to do, because Chris know how to box already. So you can't come in a man's camp with 5 weeks left and try to change anything. Just make him remind him of staying off the fucking ropes, keep pumping your jab, keeping your hands up, and just keep boxing. That's all you got to do. That's all you got to do.
What was you telling him as them rounds were going on and he was getting closer? You knew, you could see that Smith was getting broken down. Right. Was you telling him to put his foot on the gas?
Yeah, I was telling him. I kept telling him, hey, around after like 7, around 7, 8, I said, he's done. He was done. Because he was taking everything that Chris was throwing. And he wasn't giving no more resistance. But he still is dangerous with that right hand. And then he started throwing that left uppercut because Chris was leaning in a little bit. But thanks to Coach Red. Coach Red kept saying, stop falling in, stop falling in. And then, hey, we started catching that little uppercut and then just kept pushing him and pushing him to the limit.
Superb, superb. Brian, I'll let you go and celebrate with your guy. That was absolutely sensational.
Thank you.
Mastermind game plan, superb.
There it was, Brian Bomac, who masterminded Terence Crawford's fantastic victory against Errol Spence, and obviously just masterminded Chris Eubank Jr. Rematch win over Liam Smith. Apologies to those people that are offended by the use of the F word there from Bomac, but I can assure you that his emotions are just running a touch high there in the aftermath of a fantastic victory.
Just a little bit, mate. You know, that was a massive, massive turnaround there where it was. So, yeah, emotions are running high. And I think the game plan was absolutely superb there. Not a lot of people in the boxing industry, by the way. Yeah, with the people we spoke to out in the public, they felt that. But
we've got Chris Eubank Jr. Spence. Let's get in there.
Chris, what an amazing performance tonight. Thank you for talking to us for talkSPORT. I know
How did you get into this ring?
I bypassed security with my blue shades on.
You're the sneakiest guy in journalism, I swear. But you've earned this very rare interview. I don't do interviews in the ring with anybody, but you've got up here. If you don't ask, you don't get. So let's do it. What do you want to know?
How amazing did that feel tonight to right the wrongs?
Listen, I know I always had that in me. It was my back was against the wall. I had no other option but to go out there and put it all on the line, do or die. I said it before, and it's the truth. You know, if you put me in a situation like that, I'm going to come out on top. I have to.
There are times when you've rested in fights before because you're so comfortable in the ring. Your focus was extraordinary tonight. Is that one of the best performances you can ever remember in your career?
One of them, you know, especially coming off of the back of a defeat like I had last time. The bar was low. You know, people saying I'm shot, people saying I'm too old. People saying I have too much money, I don't want to be in the sport anymore, I'm not dedicated, Roy Jones is messing me up, I switch trainers too much, I play poker too much, I talk to too many girls, the list goes on. The fact of the matter is, my life is boxing. I'm in the gym every day, even when I'm not in fight camp. And that's how I can put on performances like that.
World title coming up, Conor Benn coming up. What do you want to do afterwards?
Listen, I want to do whatever the fans want to see. There's some huge names out there, some big opportunities, world titles, big fights. It's all on the table.
Congratulations, we appreciate you.
Okay, thank you.
Chris Eubank Jr. in the ring there with Gareth A. Davies. Wow, I'm a little bit blown away by that, Spence, if I'm honest, because, listen, I think the majority of people, as you were alluding to a moment or two ago, picking on the way into this fight, if you're a boxing aficionado, would have said, yeah, of course, if he's done the weight right and therefore his conditioning's good, it will go longer. But when you look at the resumes and the better boxing styles, Liam Smith absolutely has been there, done it, and got the T-shirt. That's a career best performance.
Mate,
he's done something there that none of us have seen
by
before.
a proverbial mile, that is a career best performance for all the reasons that we've just been through. You know, the demons that he had to come through to overcome. That was sensational what he done there. The manner that he done that, the approach, the way that he was a week, the way that he done the weight, the way that he looked on the scales, everything superb. Performance matched that as well.
I know that Gareth was asking him the question there, and he's a little bit relaxed, and he's saying, yeah, man, we'll do whatever. But what do you think is next now? Because the door is absolutely flung wide open for him.
Listen, he's got to look for a world title shot. Surely he has to look for a world title shot now. You know, that's what he needs. That's where he's at in his career. Hopefully, you know, the opportunity can present itself, because that's what he deserves of coming, turning that around the way that he's turned that around. He deserves a world title shot.
The energy, I just got to say before John jumps in, the energy he was giving off just there in the ring. I was asked into the ring by the security team. It was absolutely fine. He gave us that interview. What a great place he must be in right now.
Oh, absolutely. And, you know, I mean, it was lovely as well to hear Ronnie Davis up there as well, wasn't it? Who's been with him for his entire life and knew him from when he was a tiny baby, and now to see him going in there and doing that. You know, I mean, I've done a lot of these fights over the years, Gareth, and you know when you're at something which is big, and this week it really did feel like a big fight, and my God, did he produce a big performance.
I think that's the best performance of his career.
By a distance.
Yeah, he won every minute of every round. He never lost focus, like we mentioned during the fight. I thought he was extraordinary tonight.
Do you know something? He might look back at his career in a few years from now and think, why didn't I listen earlier? Why didn't I do these things earlier and implement these things? Because that was absolutely top class. I'm just having a look at the divisions that obviously Chris can compete in, 168 and 160, which he's competed in this evening. And the door now is wide open. My whole perspective of a Chris Eubank Jr. has completely changed watching that performance this evening. I know that maybe his best performances to date have been at 168. That's a career best performance now at 160. You look at that 160 division, and it is wide open a little bit. When you look at, for example, Johnny Beck is the champion, the WBO champion. You would think with a victory over Liam Smith, who was the number 2, that would boost Chris Eubank's rankings. He would be boosted up there. Johnny Beck is absolutely legit. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that he's going to go in there and beat Johnny Beck, but that's a legit option as a voluntary, given the name that he's got. You look at what we've got here with the WBC. Jamal Charlo's been the champion with the WBC for over 2 years now, and he hasn't fought. I know he's going through his own difficulties, and he's talking about a comeback. Would Eubank Jr. as a voluntary be well within the rights to get the thumbs up?
Spencer Oliver said it was world-class tonight, and if Spencer Oliver says it was a world-class performance, I'm going to agree with him towards the end of this show. The world opened up for him tonight.
Absolutely. Listen, there's loads of opportunities, you know, like yourself about Charlo. You know, we don't know where he's at, what he's doing. That title may become vacant. That opportunity may arise itself. Who knows where it is? But what I will say on that performance is he can compete with all the world champions right now.
There'll be a lot of people who are listening and who've watched that who will have one name on their lips.
Of
and
course.
You know what I'm going to say.
Of
the
course.
biggest one, which would fill any stadium in the country, would be, or any stadium in any country now after that, would be Canelo.
You're going, I thought you were going to say Conor Benn.
Gennady Golovkin.
Is what I thought you were going to say there.
Canelo.
Listen, the shadow of the Conor Benn thing is now, well, there's going to be a lot of talk about this over the next 24 to 48 hours, of course. Conor Benn's got to sort out his situation. But that now, without any shadow of a doubt, breathes new life into whatever Chris Eubank Jr. wants to do next. What an amazing night at the AO Arena. We said at the start of the show, didn't we? Listen, in January, we got an ending that none of us really expected. We got a fight there that none of us really expected. A one-sided beatdown from Chris Eubank Jr., masterminded by his new coach, Brian McIntyre, who did the exact same thing for Terence Crawford only a couple of weeks ago against Errol Spence. Eubank Jr. was on a fine line tonight. Win, and you propel yourself into superstardom and the opportunity of big money fights and world title opportunities. If he was to lose this evening, that could have been all over. When the pressure was on him, when his back was against the wall, he absolutely delivered. Make sure you're tuning into talkSPORT over the next 24, 48 hours for further reflections on everything that has happened here tonight. And don't forget as well, we will have a special show, The Verdict with Carl Froch and George Groves for you. The boys will be reviewing Smith Eubank in depth on that, so make sure you tune in to the talkSPORT Boxing YouTube channel Monday morning. They will have lots to talk about, no doubt. Thank you very much for tuning in to us here in Manchester. This has been Fight Night Live on talkSPORT.